Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland on this gorgeous fall Sunday. First Sunday of the meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. Fall Stars Weekend continues. Kate and Bradar, Scott Hazelton with you for the next 30 minutes as we'll roll through this card. But before we get to today's card, just yesterday delivered. I mean, that was an exciting day of racing.
You know, it got your heart pumping and kind of reminded you what great horse racing was all about. So many stretch runs, it was unbelievable. Arzak was glistening in the post parade, and boy, was he powerful on the racetrack. Yeah,
he closed off that insanely fast pace set by the European Invader. Keeneland graduate Arzak getting the victory for Michael Trombetta. And Yagiri, she was as game as a horse can possibly be. She was passed by Wicked Halo, battles back on the inside, and gives Rudolph Brisset his first ever stakes win at Keeneland Racecourse.
You know, it was emotional, it was glorious, and you didn't think it could be topped. But then you see the highest priced of the three Chad Brown runners, Gina Romantica, come up with this performance. It was very impressive in the First Lady. Chad Brown continuing his winning ways, just with a different Keeneland sales graduate.
Gina Romantica, $1,025,000 back in the 2020 September sale. There is a look at Locked, giving Todd Pletcher both Grade 1 2-year-old wins this weekend. The Darley Alcibiades, now the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and same for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. They involved with Walmack Farm, and up to the mark. Todd Pletcher again. The jockey cam on Jose Ortiz is absolutely phenomenal. If you have an opportunity to review that, the way that he split horses and followed the European Invader and another Keeneland grad, and certainly the front runner up to the mark for those horse, as far as turf male year end-to-end honors when it comes to the Eclipse Awards. And I think you got to throw his hat in the ring for Horse of the Year honors too.
Well, he's been powerful, and that was impressive off the layoff. You kind of thought it was going to be a prep for the Breeders' Cup, but boy, what a prep that was. And now options remain for Todd Pletcher, as he could go toward the mile, or he could go toward the 1.5 miles.
Yeah, he's gone up to 1.25 miles, and then that mile win yesterday. He is a phenomenal son of Not This Time. So big day yesterday, big races rather. I'll get it out in store for us on this Sunday, including 3 stakes races, 2 graded, and the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. For more on that, let's go more on today's weather rather. We'll have more on that. I promise I'll get it back on track. Let's go to WKYT for the weather.
Well, folks, we've got another wonderful day ahead for us for our Sunday Keeneland meet. Now, it might be chilly. You're definitely going to want to keep a jacket throughout the day. As we watch consistently for the first half of the meet, we're going to see a nice bout of cloud cover. We might warm up towards 60 around that 5 o'clock hour and see one last glimpse of sunshine before the sun sets post 6 o'clock. It's going to be a great day ahead, but make sure you stay warm and have that jacket handy. Good luck out there, folks.
And jackets handy over in the Keeneland gift shop as well. They were quite busy in there. It's very warm, too. If you need a place to warm up, the Keeneland gift shop is the place to stop by, and they'll warm you up even further with a variety of great apparel.
You've been away from your Chicago roots too long. This isn't bad. This is actually very refreshing.
I like it. I was chilly this morning, so we're wearing the jacket here on Today at Keeneland. Full card selections, you can access them each and every race day by downloading the Keeneland Race Day app. It's available on your tablet or smartphone, and we're in line for the first 3 races.
Actually, I think you and I were thinking along the same lines throughout much of the card today. I don't know, again, if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but you've been one of the hot handicappers, so I'm going to hope that it's a good thing.
Still trying to figure out what the algorithm is for the hot handicapper on the Keeneland Race Day app. I've been trying to figure that out for years, but nonetheless, we did have a good day yesterday, and if you want to follow us along, again, download the Keeneland Race Day app right now. Follow us on social, on X at Keeneland Racing, on Facebook at Keeneland, on Instagram as well at Keeneland, and also give FanDuel TV a follow on X. And make sure, most importantly, when it relates to FanDuel, download the FanDuel TV Plus app. It's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. When you're at home, you'll be able to watch all the great coverage of Keeneland Racing and a lot of on-demand content, especially once we get up to Breeders' Cup time, which is just weeks away. So FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Download it right now, or for those of you with us here on course, obviously when you get home. The Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. This provides us a rematch of that throwdown in New York in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign over sloppy going at Saratoga between Idiomatic and Nest. Both Curlin fillies. The daughters of Curlin have dazzled over the last several seasons. Malathat, that $1 million Keeneland graduate, immediately comes to mind. Nest, a champion 3-year-old from last year, and Idiomatic. Boy, has she gotten good very quickly for Juddmonte.
Absolutely. She was powerful in her most recent Grade 1 win in the personal ensign. Talk a lot about this race, though, because it's tricky, and especially given what we saw yesterday as far as horses who seemed to stand out and had early speed. Maybe you got to rethink this race just a little bit. One scratch of the 6th, Misty Vale.
Let's take a look. I've got Nest on top. I'm going to give her the opportunity to bounce back here today versus Idiomatic, now knowing what they're up against with the quality of Idiomatic and really how good she is. And we pick it up. She's in those Rapoli Silks. She's owned in part by Mike Rapoli and the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. And she ends up finishing 3rd behind the very nice filly Secret Oath, multiple Grade 1 winner. And this was over a sloppy course going 1 1/8. Same distance here today, but Idiomatic just is able to power home. To me, when it comes to this race, and especially this division, I know Adair Manor looms on the West Coast. She just continues to do everything right for trainer Bob Baffert in this older female division for the Eclipse Awards. This race is as important in the run as any race that we'll see, including the Breeders' Cup Distaff, because, of course, if Adair Manor wins the Distaff, she'll be crowned female champion. But for these two fillies, if Nest wants to be able to make a strong case, today is a crucial day, and same for Idiomatic. So they've got to come with it, and obviously Todd Pletcher's on a roll. He's got 3 wins this weekend, all 3 Grade 1s.
Yeah, momentum certainly in his corner, and Nest looks to rebound. She definitely could have been compromised by the sloppy conditions, but the one thing about Idiomatic is her gameness and her speed. Yeah. And if you consider her record and progression, she's never looked back. Every step has been a forward one, really, since she started back at the start of the season at Turfway Park on the synthetic, and then this kind of a pinnacle point for her in the Delaware Handicap. At 1 3/16, she did not make the lead. She actually hesitated pretty badly at the start and came from off the pace to grit it out. And I'm not sure whether the margin of victory kind of tells the whole story in that race, because when you take a horse like that who's been so game on the lead and is expected to be on the lead, and you completely change their game plan, it can be really off-putting. So the fact that she was able to come back, even though it was perhaps an easier field than what she's facing here or in the personal ensign, tells you a little something about her and where she's at today. She comes right back at the 1 1/8 distance. She's the speed, the controlling speed, in my opinion. That wasn't necessarily the most important thing yesterday. The way the wind was blowing and the track seemed to be playing, you were a little better suited if you weren't on the lead when they turned for home.
Yeah, Booth was about the only one we saw able to do that. That was that flashy debut winner, the half-brother to the Grade 1 winner in the last race for Steve Asmussen, the son of Matoli. So another thing for Idiomatic that is so fascinating, you look at what she's done just this year alone. She spent the winter here in Kentucky. She didn't go with the string of Brad Cox to Oaklawn Park or Fairgrounds where he sends his main runners. She stayed back here. She competed at Turfway Park, and she has just blossomed late in this 4-year-old season, obviously with the Del Cap win and then the Grade 1 personal ensign. You never know how a horse is going to progress, and obviously she has got a world of talent and pedigree by curling out of that nice Juddmonte mare lockdown.
The question is, how much can she do off of what she's already done and still have enough to move forward toward the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and that's going to be a fine line.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on Idiomatic.
Red Cox has Idiomatic in the Juddmonte Spinster. And tell me about that last race in the personal ensign. Very impressive.
Yeah, it was a huge effort. You know, obviously, the first opportunity at a Grade 1, and she was able to get it done against a, incredibly good group of fillies and mares. And, we worked her here this morning at Churchill. She gave us a fantastic work. She's a great workhorse, and she just continues to seem to be getting better all the time. So excited about giving her a run at Keeneland.
This will be her 8th start of the year, I believe. She's doing as well as she's been all year?
Yeah, she's really solid. Very happy with what we see. She's a really big filly, has a huge stride, and once again, very good workhorse, and just seeing a little bit more of the same we've seen all year this morning here at Churchill.
Led wire to wire in the personal ensign, but does she have to go that way?
No, I don't think so. 2 back in the Delaware Handicap, got away really bad. Was probably Florent Roder. He's probably lucky to stay on that day, and was able to work out a trip from breaking last. So no, she does not have to be on the lead, but we're obviously hoping to get away well and not stumble. So as long as she gets away well, I think we'll be forwardly placed.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And that race, the Juddmonte Spinster Grade 1A Breeders' Cup Challenge Series winning, you're in for the distaff. And these fillies obviously have already established themselves, but travel expenses paid through that great program from the Breeders' Cup as well. So it's important in so many respects. As is race number 10 on the card, we move to the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. Shout out to Castle and Key. They've got their mobile bar set up on the Riders Up paddock, as it was formerly called. We don't do Riders Up over there anymore, but it's the smaller paddock nearest the gift shop. You'll see it right up against the grandstand. So make sure you check out the Castle and Key mobile bar that's here today, mixing up some great cocktails. Noted is the morning line favorite. This is a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division in this 33rd running of the Castle and Key Grade 2 Bourbon Stakes worth $350,000. As mentioned, noted, the number 5 horse is the favorite in here, a horse for Todd Pletcher. This one for Mike Rapoli, back on turf after winning the Sapling Stakes on dirt, actually, at Monmouth Park at the end of August. In this race, I go to the number 3 horse on top. That is Depiction for Cherie DeVoe. Cherie has so many nice horses under her care, and so many well-bred colts and fillies as well. And off of the debut effort at Ellis at the end of July, about a month later, this colt's able to come back and run a much bigger race. He grew up in a matter of a blink of an eye, it felt, from that debut effort to this one, and he powers away from this group and wins by 5.5 lengths. You can see how smooth he moves over the turf course. He's got firm going to work with here today, as he did at Ellis Park. And so Christian Torres, another rider, he just rode one for Cherie last weekend, a really nice turf winner in a stakes race as well. Christian Torres, one of the things that for a number of horsemen brag about when it comes to Christian Torres is how he can get a horse to relax. Just the way that his hands work with these horses, and you'll hear that often described with some of the best riders in the game in the history. So Christian Torres right back at it with Depiction. I've got him on top. The 3, Gorilla Trek for Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing. They're on a roll right now. Buku was a nice winner for him earlier this week in a Breeders' Cup prep race as well for Rigney Racing. And then the number 4 horse, Can Group for Mark Cassie, I'll put in third. Also took a big leap forward moving over to grass for the first time. That was at Kentucky Downs. He's got to answer the question from Kentucky Downs to Keeneland, which is always an obvious one to have when a horse is successful. On the flip side, I think you can forgive him, but I'll trust him in third, 3, 2, 4 in the Castle and Key Bourbon.
You know, this is one of those races where I'm going completely different direction, and I think that tells you just how competitive this race is. I went to the 5 Noted, who comes in for Todd Pletcher with Irad Ortiz off that Sapling victory, and 2 straight victories, and the fact that he was able to be effective at 1 1/16 against a slow pace at Saratoga here on July 22nd. Laid pretty close to the pace, but I think that's a product of how slow it was early, not how he really wants to run. He still kind of hangs in there gamely at the end when he's hooked by another horse. I thought he also got to lollygagging just a little bit. It was only his second start, but the fact that then he was able to shorten up at Monmouth Park, travel to a different track at a very different type of trip, and win more convincingly tells me that this is a maturing horse who's going in the right direction and obviously can adjust to some different scenarios. I think there's enough pace in this race that he can sit that stalking trip again and really deliver. I went to the 12 First World War. I don't love the outside post position, but I did think this horse showed a lot of potential in his win at Kentucky Downs for Brendan Walsh. He won quite easily. We're still waiting for those Kentucky Downs horses to make some noise, but this is one that I think is bred well by Warfront that could take a big step forward. And then Coin Miner, who also won at Kentucky Downs sprinting, but Son of Cloud Computing, I think, is going to be much better suited to the mile and a 16th distance here. Could be a nice price for Keith DeSormo, but a real promising individual.
I mean, you can go 5, 6 deep, and I think many will when it comes to late pick 5 tickets, pick 6 tickets, late pick 4 tickets. Nomos is another one you've got to throw into the conversation. The number 10 runner for Todd Pletcher there as well. So a very competitive Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon. That's race number 10, 10th and final on this Sunday afternoon. We're going to go back in the card to the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select. It's race number 8, $250,000 stake event for the 2-year-old turf sprinters, 5.5 furlongs. It's not a Breeders' Cup win and you're in, but these are horses that if they do well, we'll see them in the Breeders' Cup Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint at Santa Anita at the beginning of November. Amidst Waves is the 3-1 morning line favorite, the 2-horse for Black Ridge Stables and R.A. Hill Stable, a Keeneland graduate, a daughter of midshipman, filly taking on the boys, so she gets a weight break in doing so here today, tackling the boys. There are some weight adjustments in there as well. The 8 carries 118, Rip Around the 9 carries 118, as does Pino's Little Girl, the number 10. So make sure you check those changes, and Kurt Becker will have them for you in a bit. I go to Amidst Waves. He's torn through his turf races. He debuted on dirt, and then he's just a better horse on turf. He's by Midshipman, who's a very good turf sire, and here he is in the Bolton Landing at Saratoga, swings off the turn and ends up making, I don't want to say easy work of this group, but he beats Crown Imperial, who ends up finishing second, who's down to his inside, and Crown Imperial would come out of this race and win the Untappable Stakes at Kentucky Downs. So he beats a legit horse. He also beat a legit horse when he broke his maiden, Kodiak Wintergreen, who ended up fourth in a Kentucky Downs Stakes race as well. So the company he's kept, the success that he continues to provide, you've got Johnny Velasquez aboard, which certainly won't hurt whatsoever. We know Johnny Velasquez is how phenomenal he is. So give me him on top, the 5 in second, Candy Maker. This horse was described to me back in the springtime by Wesley Ward, who had him at the time, as one of the best 2-year-olds he'd ever been around. And they had to scratch him the morning of a race when he was getting ready to debut here. They altered course, debuted him at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We haven't seen him since. It's been 4 months, but he's now with Steve Asmussen, and he shows up in a stakes race right off the bat. So respect Candy Maker in here, and Irad riding for Steve Asmussen. It doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, you've got to pay attention. And then finally, Committee of One, another one for Steve Asmussen. He was beaten by Palm Tree, who runs in today's Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
You and I agree about Amidst Waves, and even if she's a filly at this time of the year with 2-year-olds, I think fillies definitely can hold their own. We've seen it here at Keeneland time and time again. I just love the way that she has been able to run the same race every time at Belmont, at Monmouth, at Saratoga, on good turf as well as firm turf, and 5 and 5.5 furlongs. So unlike some of the others, this Keeneland sales graduate is the type that I think could continue in that progression rather than tail off. I don't feel those wins took much out of her. She did it pretty easily. And she gets, interestingly, her 3rd or 4th different rider, despite the fact that she's won all 3 of her last starts, the Colleen and the Bolton Landing. So Amidst Waves was obviously a pretty midshipman filly to begin with, and I think she's the horse to beat. I go to the 6 Committee of One, Christian Torres, Steve Asmussen. This is maiden against winners, and I think that is a disadvantage, but 2 strong second-place finishes, and the key here, she gets to shorten up off 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs. I think that'll make a big difference. She'll be running at the end. The 1 Shards came off a win at Colonial, going 5 furlongs. Colonial horses are sneaky, and you sometimes get some good prices. Kelsey Danner had a sensational meet, and this was a pretty eye-catching performance. Granted, an easier field for sure, but I think Shards is very live in there as well. That's the Indian Summer here at Keeneland, race number 8. Let's take a look at another sales grad. This is the Sales Grad Spotlight, Keeneland Sales Grad Spotlight. It's race number 7, the full horse Tunisian Spring. At the time, back in the September sale of 2021, known as hip number 375. Gelding now by Violence out of the Smart Strike First Dam Spring Party, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings and owned by Breeze Easy. So a $375,000 Keeneland September sale grad from a couple of years back, second on debut at Kentucky Downs. And Wesley Ward, when he goes turf to dirt, as that gelding moves over to dirt, he's a 33% strike rate as far as wins. That's big, and Tunisian Spring also part of the Clocker Report. Yeah, and this is really good news for Tunisian Spring. Sharp work after that strong debut, and 26% second out, 33% on the surface, which looks like he is training and heading in the right direction. Another horse to look out for from the Clocker Report, Palm Tree, breezed very well around the dogs at here at Keeneland on the turf, and with a prep over the course, maybe draws very well to the inside. And that's Palm Tree in the Castle and Key Bourbon, race number 10. Final race today, the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Palm Tree, homebred for
Godolphin, trained by Brendan Walsh. That's the clock report. Race 7, the 4, race 10, the 1. Mark those in your programs on your iPads, however you're rolling, or get those plays in right now if you want to. We're going to take a look at our multi-race exotics. Caton's got the late pick 4. I'm going to take a stab at the Keeneland all-turf pick 3. $3 minimum wager. Ask for it by name. If you're wagering with a teller, if you're looking for it on a self-service terminal, you've got to look for it as its own special event. And starting in race number 5, I've got Super Quest, the number 1 horse from Marcassi. More on him in a bit. And the number 4 horse, No Nay Hudson, as Wesley Ward goes to Corey Lannery, something we don't see often, but Corey Lannery sitting just 1 win away from career win 5,000. Corey Lannery's got 3 attempts at securing that milestone win. In race number 8 today, the 8th race on the card, a very good race as we've shown you, the Indian Summer Stakes. I'll go 2, 5, and 6. My top 3 selections in there, not in that order, but in chronological order as for the pick 3 ticket. And then in race number 10, going to find a bit more coverage outside of my top 3 and throw Nomos in there as well. The horse that I mentioned for the Wertheimers, a colt by Uncle Mo, who was a winner, who was 4th rather in the With Anticipation Stakes, beaten by Carson's Run. It would come out of that race and win the Grade 1 Summer Stakes up at Woodbine. So $72 investment, $3 minimum, and it always pays well. It's very popular. Races 5, 8, and 10, part of the great wagering menu we have for you each and every day here at Keeneland.
Opening up the wallet a little today.
Why not? It's Sunday. Got a couple of days to recoup.
Well, I'm trying to save a little bit to get through the weekend and the rest of the meet, but I feel good about this late pick 4 that starts in race number 7. That one, a maiden special weight. I'm using the 1 Wicket again, the 4 Tunisian Spring, who we spoke about on the Clockers report, and the 10 Run and Score. Tunisian Spring looks really tough in there. 8th race is, again, the horses we talked about in the big races really seem to stand out. The same is true in the Spinster, Idiomatic, and Nest. I think you can maybe narrow it down between the 2, although don't sleep on a couple of these price horses because I think they're poised to run a big race. And then in the 10th race, which is the Castle and Key, Bourbon, we talked about the 2. Gorilla Track is a long shot. I'm going to throw in the ticket I think could be sneaky. Noted, the 9, Coin Miner, and the 12, the horses that I used. Normally, I think any one of them could win. If I was going to spend more money, I think I'd put a couple of the horses you mentioned too, Scott.
So take advantage of those tickets that we have for you. We're going to move on to our best angles of the day. And I promised you I was going to revisit Super Quest in race number 5, and that's my best angle of the day. He's even money on the morning line. You've got No Nay Hudson, who you've got to contend with, as well as Hidden Path for Starlight Racing, who will cut back in distance in a big way for Todd Pletcher. But I think Super Quest is going to be awful tough, and obviously the morning line maker does as well. This is a Live Oak Plantation colt by Munnings, who is very, very fast, and he draws post position number 1. The only time he's been this far inside was on his debut when he won by 5 1/4, and I think the inside post will be a big plus for him. He was post 6 this day, set the pace, crossed over, and eventually was passed by No Balls, who's a very good runner for Larry Ravelli. We saw him win a stake at Churchill Downs back in the springtime, and he's very fast as well. So for the fact that this horse was able to get the lead over No Balls, who's closing to win this race, I think says a lot. So I'll take a $50 win wager, opening up the wallet again, in race number 5, and Tyler Gaffleone, inside draw right to the front. We saw how quick the turf was in that stake yesterday with the European runner coming in for trainer Adam West. This is a stakes quality field. There's no getting around it. So Super Quest, my best angle of this Sunday.
I went to race 4, which is a maiden $40,000 claimer. They aren't always my favorite races, but in certain instances you have horses that stand out. It's a 1 1/16, and I went to the 2, Collected Success, who is going to be a heavy favorite. So I'm going to use this horse in daily doubles and also as a key horse in all the multi-race sequences early. But Collected Success gets a change of rider to Florent Giroux and comes off of a race at Horseshoe Indianapolis that I thought on the turf didn't showcase what she's capable of doing. She still runs pretty well. She had trouble at the start. She gets hung out wide, and she still winds up 3rd. But I think she's going to be better on the dirt. I really do. She never seemed to be fluid to me. You see she didn't switch her leads here. I just don't think she was as comfortable on the turf as she's going to be on the main track. She's by Collected, who's on a City Zip out of a Giants Causeway mare. So I think that these are the types of pedigrees that can go either way. And in this case, Brad Cox with his maiden second-time starters, 30%. maiden special weight to maiden claiming is key. He is over 30%, and turf to dirt is a biggie. A lot of people think that some trainers just don't know which surface the horse is going to be best on, but Brad's typically strategically used the turf. He did it with Monomoy Girl to develop her into the top champion dirt runner that she is. I think in this case, it was just the opportunity to get a long-distance race into collected success to bring her back to this spot.
So those are our best angles of the day. For the long shot pick of the day, of course, we turn to Tom Leach.
Sunday's long shot play comes in the Indian Summer Stakes. It's Cows at 15-1. That's C-O-W-E-S if you hear Kurt Becker say cows coming up the inside. Cows, last time out at Saratoga, could not have been more impressive. Got off to a bit of a bad start, and that's hard to do in a sprint race and still get up to win, and he won easily. Don't worry about the 58 Beyer speed figure. I think there's a lot of improvement in this one. And I have that confidence because of how well this horse is working. Look at that bullet move last time out. For the Catalano barn, Cows is our long shot play.
Cows 1-for-1 at Saratoga. Wayne Catalano, Jose Lascano is got them out today.
I guess they'd be cheering when the cows come home.
There you go. Tom Leach, we appreciate all his contributions here each and every day on today at Keeneland. He is a busy man. I'm down in Athens, Georgia, and hopefully recovering from that football game yesterday. UK obviously not hanging there. That was a tough one to watch. But on the flip side, on the red side of the state, as far as the colleges are concerned, U of L looked very, very good in beating Notre Dame. So at least you got half the state's happy.
The good and the bad.
That's right. It happens. It's sport. That's why we tune in, right? And that's why we tune in for these races. But it's going to be another great day of racing. And the Juddmonte Spinster, I mean, just as one race, Idiomatic and Nest, it's going to be hopefully a great throwdown between these great curling fillies.
This is the opportunity, I think. I can't wait to see these fillies in the paddock because they're impeccably bred, impeccable runners from top stables. That's all the makings of a classic confrontation.
For Caton, I am Scott, and from the entire team here at Today at Keeneland that makes it possible each and every race day, we wish you the best on this beautiful Sunday at Keeneland here for this Fall Stars weekend.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
The bloodline of these brothers is fearless and uncompromising. The fun, adventurous Tacoma, outselling everything in its class for 18 years. The legendary 4Runner, proving itself off-road for 4 decades. The best-in-class Tundra, designed and engineered in the USA. And introducing the powerfully efficient Sequoia, all new from the ground up, with technology and comfort for all. Toyota's 4 brothers, simply rivalry at its finest. Toyota. Let's go places.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning.
Still coming, California Run! Steals the show!
To the Breeders' Cup World Championship.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Caroline Betty Trenopole to the paddock. Caroline, a Cincinnati native, has had the honor of performing at various sports stadiums this year. Her favorite performance was at FC Cincinnati U.S. Open Cup game this past April. Caroline is a data analyst and also a nonprofit owner. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight over the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize LaRon Garr with Mutuals as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, LaRon.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. We'll take a look at the program changes shortly. First, a review of the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. The main track is fast. The turf course is firm. No movement from that inside rail today, full width of the turf course, and the turf is listed firm. Now time to take a look at the changes beginning of the first race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, also the early pick five, will get underway. In the opener today, there are no changes to report. A reminder that first race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Same case for race 2, another short stretch finish in race 2 today. That's where the early pick 4 begins. No superfecta on the second race. No superfecta on that second race. Scratch the 3, My Lily May. Scratch number 3, My Lily May. Third race, scratch the 3, Let's Be Clear. Third race, scratch number 3, Let's Be Clear. Fourth race, jockey change for the 2, Collected Success. It'll be Florent Giroux. Fourth race, jockey for the 2, Collected Success, Florent Giroux. Race 5 is where the pick 6 begins, no carryover. It's also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. A reminder that is its own separate, distinct wager from the rolling pick 3s. Race 5 has no changes. Sixth event, start of the late pick 5. Contrary to the program, number 7, Schoolmaster, is a gelding. That's in the 6th race. Contrary to the program, the 7, Schoolmaster, is a gelding. 7th race, start of the late pick 4. Please note that number 7, Give Him Time, is a gelding, and likewise the 9, Micro Beastie, is a gelding. 7th race, the 7, Give Him Time, is a gelding, and the 9, Micro Beastie, is also a gelding. Race 8, the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Several overweights to report. Number 8, Fairhope Curley, the jockey 3 pounds over. Number 9, Rip Around, the jockey 2 pounds over. Number 10, Pino's Little Girl, the jockey 3 pounds over. 9th race, Grade 1, Juddmonte Spinster, scratched the 6, Misty Vale. Featured 9th, scratch the 6, Misty Vale. 10th and final race, no carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. That's the 10th and final event, the Castle and Key Bourbon. Take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Caton Bradar.
Happy Sunday to you, Kurt Becker. And for those of you joining us on this now breezy Sunday afternoon, cool conditions once again as we experienced yesterday, but it warmed up considerably. It felt over the course of the afternoon once the sun came out. I think the expected highs are in the low to mid 60s, but it's fall. It's the Fall Stars weekend and some phenomenal racing ahead.
Sun keeps peeking through, but I succumbed. After giving you a hard time, I got the jacket out.
It's all right. We'll let it fly. Let's take a look at the 3 stakes races today. We'll start in order. Race number 8, the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. These are 2-year-olds looking to move towards that big date for more than a few, one would imagine, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And Amidst Waves is the favorite at 3-1, and should be. He's unbeaten. She's unbeaten. Filly taking on the boys here today. Unbeaten since moving over to the turf course, but she's facing boys for that first time.
I love her. I think she's the horse to beat here. I think that you can make cases for several others, but she's the most proven. She's done everything that's been asked of her, and she's done it on 3 different courses with 3 slightly different pace scenarios. She really looks like the horse to beat.
Race number 9 on the card, the Grade 1 featured event of the day. It's the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Distaff, featuring Nest, last year's 3-year-old champion, and Idiomatic, who beat her in the Personal Ensign in their most recent matchup at Saratoga.
Well, Nest is the 6-5 edge over Idiomatic, but I think The slop is maybe being overestimated for Idiomatic's win last time out. She beat her, in my opinion, on the square, and she is the speed with not a lot of horses that can challenge her early. If she gets away cleanly, she's going to be tough to beat.
And the 10th and final, the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes features the $1 Toyota Super High 5. Noted the morning line favorite at 3-1. Another Breeders' Cup Challenge Series event. It's a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. And again, noted the 3-1 favorite in a wide open event.
You got to keep riding that Todd Pletcher bandwagon. It's been a pretty good weekend for him so far. And noted comes off 2 consecutive wins, including that victory in the Sapling.
3 Grade 1s so far this weekend. 3 wins, 3 Grade 1s, and he's got a big chance to add yet another when it comes to the Spinster, that Grade 1, and obviously a graded stakes win in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. Big card ahead, 10-race card, and we're 19 minutes away from getting things underway with fast and firm conditions here at Keeneland. Race number 1, $20,000 claiming event. These are 3 and up, which have not won 3 races, or 3-year-olds could have any number of wins and still be eligible for this race. GT 500 is a 3-year-old for Muddy Water Stables and trainer Ingrid Mason. Mitchell Merle gets the opportunity here today. This is where I land and the majority are right now. Comes in from Hawthorne off of 2 solid runs. Showing forward position, ran in a pretty quickly run sprint race, 2 starts back, then stretched out to route. The pace wasn't quite as quick as you would expect in a longer distance race, but he was right there in the end. He's got the first wire finish to race towards, which I think will be a big plus for him. I've got GT 500 on top in this first of 10 races today here at Keeneland.
I do as well, for all the reasons you mentioned. I'm actually hoping that Mitchell Merle can get him into kind of a comfortable stalking position rather than having to be on the lead. I think he's better when he has a little bit of a target. The horse just to his inside, though, Chisholm Trail is definitely one that I respect and is getting played quite a bit in the mutuals. Chisholm Trail comes off a second-place finish against similar competition. It's Prairie Meadows, so I don't think you're going to always see horses get bet heavily, but in this case, the bettors are wise, and Chisholm Trail has the style that if several horses scramble for the lead, he's going to be the main beneficiary, which is kind of the way most of the races were won yesterday.
We saw Doug Anderson bring a horse in from Prairie Meadows that had been training and ran a good second, so do keep that in mind. Who Doug Anderson trains Chisholm Trail, the number 3 horse. Let's go to the number 2. That is El Franco, a 0-for-6 runner this year, but he's taking a drop in class off of a Kentucky Downs tough try where he was nearly 80-1. But 2 starts ago, he was competitive in a 10,000 claimer, and I think that that's a good gauge of the type of runners that he's facing today.
I do too. I mean, he hasn't fared very well at Keeneland in previous tries, but it was always against a little bit better horses, and I think he's coming into the race this year in a different fashion. 3rd start off of freshening. He should be poised to at least run back to that race at Ellis Park, and moving turf to dirt, I think he improves his chances quite a bit.
And Hey Boss, the number 1 horse, Tom Vanberg, the trainer, he always seems to bring the right ones here to Keeneland each and every spring, and in this instance, fall, so you've got to respect him as he gets back on dirt after a turf try at Ellis.
Yeah, he's going to be the one to pick up all the pieces. I think he's the best late closer in the group, but I'm going to stick with 4-2-3.
Race number 1, a mile and a 16th. This race offers double exacta trifecta. First pick 3 of the day, first of 2 pick 5s on the afternoon, and superfecta wagering available. Race number 1 coming up here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, a $20,000 claiming price. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. No changes in race 1. Starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s. Also starts the early pick 5. Main track is fast. The turf is firm today. And a reminder, the first race finishes in the short stretch at the first wire, 8 minutes till post.
There's Hey Boss in those very familiar and well-accomplished purple and gold V silks, the Vanberg silks. Tom Vanberg, the trainer. And this is a gelding in which Tom said he hopes that somebody goes with the number 4 horse. That's his worry. But obviously we talked about the track playing to horses coming from off the pace. He's got that style. He also mentioned, Caton, that he thought that last race that he ran in was a little better than it looks on paper, but he is also convinced he's not truly a turf horse. So back on dirt today, more than a few reasons to like him as he passes by us and warms up with the pony.
He's got this twinkle toes on. He was dancing around the paddock, just really glowing, and is warming up nicely, professionally, but looks strong, looks confident. I love that Geraldo Corrales gets this call, too. I think he's going to fit this gelding really well because he strikes me as the type of horse you have to let get his feet underneath him and then really give him good opportunity to finish. And that's what has really impressed me about Corrales and his ability to kind of gauge horses, get them comfortable, and then finish strongly.
The number 4 horse, though, as Tom Vanberg admits, is the one that they're going to have to catch. That's GT 500, and the majority feel the same way. He's the 7-5 favorite right now for Muddy Waters Stables, coming in from Chicago as he warms up as well.
You know, the wind is blowing, but not quite as strongly as yesterday. Maybe that'll have something to do with where the winners are coming from. Yesterday, there was a very, very strong tailwind down the backstretch that pushed horses right along on the lead. But when they came to the top of the stretch, they hit a wall of wind that they were running against. And it did seem to deter several really well-meant horses that were forwardly placed. What I like about GT 500 is the fact that he's run well when he didn't have the lead. But I do think he will have the lead today. Let's just hope that Mitchell Moreau can get him kind of a comfortable cruising position so that he does have something left at the end. The wind hasn't switched directions, but it has died down just a little bit, even though the temperatures are a little bit lower.
Horses warming up on the second turn and the starting gate being put into place. First wire finish just to the left of the big board on the infield, you'll see that first finish. That's where they'll race to short. So a short stretch for them to work with once they turn for home. Race number 1, less than 4 minutes to post. Start of the early pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. GT 500 goes in, 2 more to load. Mohafeth into the gate, waiting for Navy Soul. Last one in, short stretch at the post. They're off. And there goes Navy Soul from the outside, along with GT 500, who's a step quicker from between horses. GT 500 moves up for the lead. Chisholm Trail goes second, Navy Soul. Third up on the outside, then Hey Boss and El Franco as they head into the first turn. Mohafeth broke at the back of the pack. Starts to move up, though. Picks up 2 positions on the outside into fourth, about 5 lengths off the lead. GT 500 is the leader midway on the first turn. GT 500 against the rail, saving some ground around the turn and has the lead by a length and a half. It is followed closely by Navy Soul, the opening quarter 24.89 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. GT 500 leads at 3/4 of a length. Navy Soul second, 3/4 of a length. Chisholm Trail, a lane off the rail between horses, in third. Mohafeth moves out in the center of the track from 5th to 4th. Now to challenge for third. Moving by Hey Boss, who loses a spot down toward the inside. Hey Boss against the rail is 5 from the front and has El Franco right alongside. The opening half mile, 49.49 seconds. Over to the far turn they go. GT 500 the leader. GT 500 by 3/4 of a length. Navy Soul second by a length and a half. Mohafeth is in third position. Chisholm Trail, El Franco on the outside, and Hey Boss is last at the back now. Tries to move up against the rail, back up into fourth, but still 6 lengths off the lead. 1/4 mile to go. GT 500 is the leader. Navy Soul is right there on the outside, and then a gap of 3 more lengths. Mohafeth has to go wide off the turn, and third into the short stretch. Navy Soul alongside of GT 500. Mohafeth far outside is still in third. GT 500 and Navy Soul going at it. They've opened up by 5 to Mohafeth. Here's Navy Soul with a narrow lead and deep stretch. Navy Soul, Matilda Burnham to win the opener. GT 500 across the wire in second, and Mohafeth was third.
Well, it's Navy Soul and the 7-pound apprentice rider Matilda Burnham pulling off the upset at odds of 15-1. Didn't press the favorite early, but hung right there with GT 500, but was able to get the best of him late.
Couldn't go much slower in the early stages of the race. No excuses for the favorite. Just a better turn of foot through the stretch for Navy Soul, and Matilda Burnham's first win at Keeneland. Got to be an exciting experience.
Congratulations to trainer Bonnie Pittman and Renee Salgado, winning trainer, winning owner, 15-1 with this son of strong mandate, 645 unofficial in race 1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first. Number 6, Navy Soul, finished first. Number 4, GT 500 was second. Number 5, Mohafeth was third. And number 1, Hey Boss, fourth. 6-4-5-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Navy Soul, owned by Renee Salgado, trained by Bonnie Pittman. Apprentice jockey Matilda Burnham with the winning ride. Navy Soul, a 4-year-old gelded son of Strong Mandate out of Mark of a Post by Benchmark, bred in Kentucky by Alex Veneri Racing, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.75 seconds. First race, results official, 6-4-5-1, the official results. Keeneland second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast and the turf listed firm. In race 2, scratch number 3, My Lily May. Scratch number 3, My Lily May. No superfecta on this second race. Race 2 finishes in the short stretch. Third race, scratch number 3, Let's Be Clear. That's the third race. Scratch number 3, Let's Be Clear. Fourth race, jockey for the 2, Collected Success, Florent Giroux. Fourth race, number 2, Collected Success, the jockey, Florent Giroux. No changes at this time in race 5.
Race number 2, 19 minutes to post as we look down into the paddock for this this is a maiden $100,000 claiming event. Race number 3 is the $32,000 claimer to come, but this is a maiden $100,000 event for a mile and a 16th and 3 and up fillies and mares. Stagflation is 5-1 right now on the board. There's a look at her and Jimmy Baker, her conditioner, a Shaman Ghost filly that he tells me he's excited about running this filly at Keeneland and excited about the distance as well. This is the first time she's going to go 2 turns today. She's by Shaman Ghost, a distance runner. You've got point of entry on the dam side, so the pedigree's there to work with this filly. She's 9-2 on the board right now in this field of 5, and I think you've got to give her a big look going 2 turns for the first time with that first wire finish as well.
I do too, and if you think about her debut in which she was going 3/4 of a mile at Ellis Park, and a day and a track that sort of favored front runners. She sat in second, stalked, actually dropped back a little bit against a pretty fast pace, and was able to kind of come running late. She was no match for the winner that day, but she was safely second. And I thought that showed something for a filly who you've got to believe could be better around 2 turns here. I'm kind of unclear about how the pace is going to play out in this race, but Stagflation looks like she would be in the first flight of horses. I'm hoping that that doesn't turn out to be a detriment, but somebody's got to lead. And if you're good enough, you can get the job done.
Could be the one who sets the pace, too. She's down on the inside. That's the 6-5 favorite, just clicked up from even money, Eyes of Gold for Larry Demerit. This filly, from a sales perspective, is a prime example of why it's worth sticking around and coming for those later sessions at Keeneland or any session, because they bought this filly for just $8,000 as a yearling back in 2021. She's made just shy of $70,000, and she's the 6-5 favorite right now in a race worth $68,000. So they have done a great job with this filly as she seeks her first win. And she even ran against Wonder Wheel in the Debutante Stakes at Churchill last year as a 2-year-old Wonder Wheel, eventual 2-year-old champion, as we see them just having a little issue with getting the blanket off of her, but she's out and they've got that blanket in hand and she's out of the saddling stalls. Yeah.
Said, I don't really feel like standing here if you're going to try to tighten that thing around me. But I look at that as a good sign. I think she's got a good energy level and is feeling really good. Very strong looking filly as well. With, if you're going for fitness, 8 starts as opposed to most of the others who've just raced lightly. The 2, Queen of Missoula, was trying this level of competition for the first time, dropping in for that claiming price of $100,000. And even though it's a lot of money, it is still a little drop from the maiden special weight level. At Ellis, she ran kind of evenly going a mile, one time on the slop, one time on a fast track, but it looks like since she's gotten to Keeneland off a little break, she's been training really sharply. So I think you're going to see a much improved performance from Queen of Missoula. She's the 5-2 second choice currently. That's probably about right for her. Definitely bred to be able to handle the mile and a 16th.
It's a wide open race. The biggest price is 5-1 on Rita's on the Beach for Ian Wilkes and Frank Penn of the Penn family. Bred this filly by Sky Kingdom. So a good race coming up, 6-5 at the moment on the number 1 horse, Eyes of Gold. This race does begin yet another rolling double, as well as a rolling pick 3 and the first pick 4 opportunity of the day. Early pick 4 begins in race number 2. We're less than 15 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, a maiden claiming event, fillies and mares age 3 and up, at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track, claiming price $100,000. Scratch number 3, My Lily May. Number 3, My Lily May, scratched, no superfecta on this second race. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering and start of the early pick 4. Fast track firm turf today at Keeneland. Post time 7 minutes.
Just wanted to go back to the number 4 horse Stagflation as these horses get ready to warm up. This filly by Shaman Ghost, she's wearing a piece of equipment that's attached to her girth, as you can see, that goes across her chest. What exactly is that, Kaiten, and what does that provide?
It's a breastplate, and sometimes a horse is a little narrow, or sometimes they might have just a little sway, a little dip in their back, and in that case, sometimes the saddle doesn't sit exactly properly. So to keep it from slipping, you have that piece of equipment. There's also a little strap at the top, too, that keeps it exactly in place with the saddle. So it doesn't really interfere or cause any effect on the horse's stride. It just allows the saddle to stay exactly where it needs to be placed.
The 5-horse Gather Chestnut filly by Collected, she's certainly well turned out by Rusty Arnold for Stone Farm. That's who owns this filly, bred this filly, and Jose Lascano is aboard for the ride today.
You know, since we talked about so many horses that are dropping in for that $100,000 class relief, she's one of them as well. Debuted for the maiden special weight, and she was well beaten, really didn't get out of the gate very quickly and didn't really get into the race. But this could be a different ballgame. Second-time starter. Oftentimes horses improve. She looks sensational on the track. I think she is kind of the standout as far as appearances are concerned.
Early pick 4, the pool quickly approaching $100,000. Not much change in the wagering from the win odd perspective and the win pools. As you can see, those are what the odds reflect the win pools here at Keeneland for race number 2 and all the races. A 9-5 still on Eyes of Gold. And then second choice, the 2-horse Queen of Missoula. Then the 4, Stagflation, then upward from there to the 6, who is at 5-1. Get those wagers in. 5 minutes to post, less than for race number 2.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line for the second race. Two more to load. Gather goes in. And Rita's on the beach. Moves into line. They're at the post. First wire. They're off. There's Stagflation out for the lead. Rita's on the beach, and Gather move up quickly, though, to her outside. Here's Gather between horses. Stagflation to the inside of that one as they head down into the first turn. Rita's on the beach will go third. Eyes of Gold is fourth and saves the ground against the rail around the first turn. Moves up now to take third, a length and a half off the lead. As Rita's on the beach drops back one spot, 3 wide now, and fourth around the turn. And further back, Queen of Missoula is last, running about 5 lengths off the early lead. Opening quarter is up in 25.09 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Stagflation, the leader. Stagflation leads it by 2 lengths. Gather backs away into the second position, 3/4 of a length. Rita's on the beach is to her outside, and Eyes of Gold is to her inside as they reach the midpoint of the backstretch. Queen of Missoula still last of the 5, 4 lengths from the front as they work their way over toward the far turn. The first half mile in 51.21 seconds. It is Stagflation, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Gather is second, 3/4 of a length. Rita's on the beach, will be wide to the far turn. In third position, Eyes of Gold is still toward the rail in fourth, just over 2 from the front, now 3 lengths off the lead, and is joined by Queen of Missoula, who angles to the outside, still fifth and last. Back up front, Rita's on the beach, making a 3-wide move as they come to the quarter pole. Gathers between horses. Stagflation to the inside. Queen of Missoula moves up to the far outside. Eyes of Gold is in behind horses, any one of the 5 as they turn for home, top of the short stretch. Queen of Missoula moves out to the center of the track and moves up to put head in front. Gather is there. Rita's on the beach between that pair. In the final furlong, Queen of Missoula, the leader. You've still got Stagflation down toward the rail. Eyes of Gold comes late from the outside, but third. Queen of Missoula, Luan Machado. Queen of Missoula wins it. Queen of Missoula wins race 2, followed across the line by Stagflation and Eyes of Gold.
It's the 2-horse Queen of Missoula swinging wide off the turn and making a run at those pace setters out in front of her. The 4-horse Stagflation led the way. She was very game down to the inside as the 5 drew up alongside of her, but she hugged the rail, holds on for second. But Queen of Missoula Luan Machado, Ben Colebrook for Jeremiah Kane. Strike here in race number 2.
You know, I think that those who move late move best, the way it's been the last few days. And Queen of Missoula certainly relishing the 1.16 to work with.
Bet down to 8-5. Queen of Missoula kicks off the early pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 2, Queen of Missoula, finished first. Number 4, Stagflation, second. Number 1, Eyes of Gold, third. Number 6, Rita's on the Beach, fourth. 2-4-1-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 2, Queen of Missoula, owned by Jeremiah Kane, trained by Ben Colebrook, Luan Machado, the winning jockey. Queen of Missoula, 3-year-old filly by Liam's Map, out of Serene Queen by Explicit, bred in Kentucky, by Jerry Kane, 1.16, 1 minute 48.21 seconds over the fast main track. Results of race 2 official, 2-4-1-6. The official results. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Leslie Janica, coordinator of the Kentucky Equine Management Internship Program, is honored to accept a donation of $10,000 from Shannon Arvin, president and CEO of Keeneland, and representing Juddmonte Farms, Jackie Smith, financial controller. The Kentucky Equine Management Internship Program provides opportunities to college students interested in careers in equine management. Students enrolled in the program integrate academic studies with practical experience, leadership, and responsibility as an intern on a central Kentucky thoroughbred farm. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch number 3, Let's Be Clear. Third race, scratch number 3, Let's Be Clear. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. Looking ahead to the fourth race, jockey for the 2, Collected Success, is Florent Giroux. Fourth race, jockey for the 2, Collected Success, Florent Giroux. Fifth race has no changes at this time. Again, the turf is firm. No movement for the inside rail, so all lanes open. Full width of the turf course today.
Race number 3, $32,000 claiming event, 6.5 furlongs the distance, so a sprint distance here today, one turn distance, and Choctaw Bingo, the slight favorite right now at 5-2 for William Stinson Jr. This is a horse coming third off of a layoff and recently was second for $25,000 at Churchill Downs, was a winner at Ellis 2 starts back with that early speed in which this mare possesses. And the Daughter of Air Force Blue, 6.5 furlongs is really almost an ideal situation for her based on the 6.5 win at Ellis 2 starts back and then that good 7 furlong run that she put together at Churchill just a few weeks ago.
I really thought off those 2 races she was the horse to beat. She seems like she's come back a different horse since her freshening, although she actually ran really well the start prior. She finished second, beaten just a neck against very similar competition on the turf. So going into this race, I liked her. Now I feel like the public, who have made 3 horses 5-2 in this race, because I'm not quite sure what to do with the horse that I think is probably going to be on the lead. She seems the fastest, but she's going to wind up on the rail. If anybody presses her a little, and I think it's possible that she will have some pressure, I don't know that that's where you really want to be, but she seems the best horse in the race. So I guess you keep sticking to what you think your opinion is going in until it suddenly comes together.
She's just clicked down to 2-1 as the favorite. Over the number 6 horse, Love of My Heart for Steve Asmussen. Second off the claim for the winningest thoroughbred trainer in the history of the sport. Christian Torres takes the call here today. It's been a couple of months since she's run. They took her for $50,000 at Ellis back in the summer. She had one run after that in a second-level allowance race, and now she's in for $32,000. So drop down in class. And this is a filly that was able to pick off back-to-back wins back in the summer of last year at Churchill Downs. So we know that she's got some serious back class, given that she's a 5-time winner and has made over $250,000.
She's well turned out, like so many of Steve's horses are. She did win at Keeneland, going 6.5 furlongs, so she gets extra credit in my book, and I think she makes a lot of sense, as she's probably going to be the one moving last.
Let's go to the full horse. That is Brewhouse for Mac Robertson. This a filly, a Minnesota-bred filly who hasn't run in a couple of months. Mac had a 2-year-old winner in a nice first-level allowance race just a few days ago with a horse that had broken their maiden at Canterbury, so it's definitely possible. And he's got Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle, which is a plus, and she's got some early lick too. I wouldn't be shocked if they're able to wrangle the lead away from the filly on the rail if she's as sharp as she has been in the past.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that she is probably the main pace threat to the favorite here. Looks awfully good, capable of a big race. I went to the 5 Icy Stare Down to round out the top 3. A good price here, but second start off the layoff and racing off the claim for Juan Cano, who is 19% off the claim.
Icy Stare Down, the number 5 horse, 9-1 right now. This one, as Kate mentioned, off the claim for Juan Cano. Martin Chuan is in the saddle, will be in the saddle once they get down to it. So we'll see if she's able to be a pace factor as she takes a jump up in class. Race number 3 at Keeneland Racecourse, $32,000 claimers. Another wide open event. We've had some very good races, very competitively drawn races today so far in the first 2, and that theme continues here into race number 3. And race number 3 offers double exacta trifecta rolling pick 3, as well as 10-cent superfecta wagering available here in this third race. Field of 6 will compete in less than 14 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Claiming race fillies and mares age 3 and up for a price of $32,000, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 3, Let's Be Clear. Number 3 is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering offered. Post time 8 minutes away.
Taking a look at these horses warming up front side, race 3, 7 minutes to post. There's the 6, Love of My Heart for Steve Asmussen. And right now, 9-5 has gone the clear favorite in the wagering over the last few minutes with Christian Torres in the saddle.
The more you look at it, the more you have to like Love of My Heart, not just from her body language out on the track. Look at her bright-eyed, ears perked, and she looks just brimming with confidence and happy to be out there. But the win over the course and the fact that she is really one of the only horses who's proven she can sit back off the pace and make that nice, long, bounding drive to get the victory. I think she's going to be very, very tough in here. But right next to her, the 7, Slack Tide, making a beautiful appearance as well. I was really impressed with this filly and didn't know what to make of her coming in from Emerald Downs and Golden Gate, but she certainly has credentials. She's coming out of Stakes Company, and we've seen this before with Grant Forster taking over training from horses that were based at Emerald. Has had a lot of success.
Let's go over to the number 2 horse real quickly. In here, the 2 Choctaw Bingo for William Stinson Jr. He told me they claimed this mare back for $12,000 at Horseshoe Indianapolis in June with the intention of thinking that she was going to be a grass filly for him. And they obviously still have that option moving forward given her turf success. But they sprinted her. She did well. They sprinted her again. She did well again. And so that's why they're right back into the same sprint, because it's working. So why change things up for this very versatile daughter of Air Force Blue? 5 minutes to post, race number 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line for the third. Brewhouse into the gate. Icy Stare Down moves in. Love of My Heart. Slack Tide comes forward. They are at the post. And they're off. Arella Star breaks right into stride and comes out for the lead. Slack Tide comes away in good position just off the leader's flank. In second, Choctaw Bingo is away running third. Love of My Heart is fourth. Brewhouse is fifth. And Icy Stare Down last of the six as they work their way up the backstretch. Arella Star, the leader. Arella Star leads it by a length and a half. Choctaw Bingo second by just a head. Slack Tide is third up on the outside. Love of My Heart is in between horses. Brewhouse next to last against the rail. And Icy Stare Down 5 lengths off the lead, wide at the back, 22.75 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Arella Star, the leader, by a length over Slack Tide as they move around the far turn. Choctaw Bingo, then Love of My Heart, who swings to the outside to find more running room, 5 lengths off the lead. Brewhouse 6 from the front. Likewise for Icy Stare Down, top of the stretch. Arella Star is the leader. Slack Tide in second, and Love of My Heart now moves to second, and Love of My Heart moves forward to challenge for the lead. Choctaw Bingo is third, but up front, it is still Arella Star with a narrow lead. Love of My Heart is right there to the outside. Choctaw Bingo third. Arella Star hanging tough under jockey Luis Saez. Arella Star turns back the challenge and wins it. Love of My Heart was home second. Choctaw Bingo was across the line in third, and Slack Tide was fourth.
Well, it's Luis Saez and Arella Hart for owner and trainer Yanni Arantes picking up the victory here today in race number 3 and doing so at odds of 9-1. And Luis and this filly had to dig down because they had the favorite just alongside of him, but she turns her away.
Just when you think a horse can't win on the lead, this one goes right to the front and hangs doubly tough to the tune of 9-1. Blinkers off, Luis Saez on, and a victory here over Love of My Heart, who was pretty game in defeat.
1-6-2-7 unofficial race 3 here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 1, Arella Star first. Number 6, Love of My Heart was second. The 2, Choctaw Bingo third. The 7, Slack Tide fourth. 1-6-2-7 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Arella Star, owned and trained by Yanni Arantes. First career win as trainer. Congratulations. The winning jockey is Luis Saez. Arella Star is a 3-year-old filly by Nyquist out of Cayman Sunrise by Patientville, bred in Kentucky by Respite Farm. 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 18.13 seconds. Third race results official, 1627, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. A reminder, the jockey for the 2 collected success is Florent Giroux. Number 2 collected success, Florent Giroux is the jockey. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here in this fourth event. Looking ahead to race 5, no changes in the 5th race. In the 6th, a reminder, number 7 Schoolmaster is a gelding. Race 6, contrary to the program, number 7 Schoolmaster is a gelding. Fast track, firm turf.
Race number 4, 20 minutes to post. 2-year-old fillies going a mile and 1/16. It's a maiden $40,000 claiming event. There's Lost Love, the number 4 horse, a filly by Audible, $20,000 Keeneland September sale grad last year, who makes her second career start. Now, she was 60-1, didn't do much on debut, but I gravitated towards this filly because I do think it's a wide open event and collected success. Not surprised that she's the 6-5 favorite. But one of the things that caught me, a couple of things. First of all, the drop-in class that she takes, and trainer Sarah Hamilton's improved stats, second career start for horses. 14% winners. That may not seem big, but the ROI, the return on investment in the recent 22 second-time starters that Sarah Hamilton has saddled is $2.62. So trainer Sarah Hamilton is winning in these situations when she's not necessarily expected to, and at odds of 6-1, that would be online and obviously raise up that ROI. So I'll give Lost Love a shot, second time out here today in race number 4.
She could prefer the 2 turns to 1 turn, that's for sure. Nice race to go with the price. I usually try to do that, except in these maiden claimers when you see a trainer like Brad Cox dropping in for a claiming price first time. That's the case with the 2 collected success, who gets Florent Giroux. She debuted at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the turf going a mile. To me, a very good prep race, and the winner, Abeyance, is cut out to be a pretty nice horse. I thought it was a tough field, but more importantly, I think Collected Success is probably better suited to the dirt. She gets some class relief. Cox is with maiden second-time starters, 30%, and moving turf to dirt, 31%. So you get a short price, but she looks really well spotted in here.
Been real busy. The number 1 horse is my second choice. This is a horse that's going to go 2 turns for the first time. She should have some good early position here going into that first turn, which is obviously always a plus. And also a filly by Speedster. It seems the better runners by that stallion Speedster, their best asset is their speed. So we'll see if Alex Achard can keep this horse forward. And she did run better last time out, whether it was just simply having a race under her belt or maybe it was moving over to turf. But the fact that Riley Mott is running her on the dirt here today, I would imagine it was more of an experience thing, and also the drop-in class that she took last time out. So she's staying pretty on par with the type of class level that she was competing against last time out, sans those class droppers. That's always the thing that you've got to contend with, is when you've got a horse coming off of a good win at a particular level in a claiming race, those class droppers come in making things more difficult on those that are staying at the same level.
Yeah, she was my third choice, and I thought very live in this spot, and a good price at 7-1 with a horse who makes some sense. For my second choice, I went to the 8 Choctaw Grace on the outside, one of the few horses in the field to have experience around 2 turns on the dirt. And it was a second-place finish. It was against maiden claimers, but she did have some trouble in the race and was able to persevere in spite of it. I think that says something. The Churchill runners have carried their form here to Keeneland, and just in a race that there are no real standouts, I thought, yeah, this is the type of race where a maiden claimer could win this maiden claiming event.
The number 5 horse, Twilight Sonata. This is her second start. She's a Mendelssohn filly. Now, that pedigree is very versatile. He himself a versatile runner, UAE Derby winner on dirt, Breeders' Cup winner as a 2-year-old on turf. And Twilight Sonata moves over to the main track, the dirt track, in start 2 of his career, takes the big drop down in class and adds blinkers. And John Ennis, her conditioner, is 21% winners. That's another very good statistic, situational statistic, adding blinkers to horses for the first time, and nearly half the time they finish in the top 3. So you've got to give respect to the 5, Twilight Sonata, at 13-1 on those situational statistics. Race number 4 at Keeneland, 15 minutes to post. Race number 4 on this 10-race card, double exacta, trifecta, rolling pick 3, and a dime superfecta available once again in race number 4 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Maiden claiming race, 2-year-old fillies, claiming price $40,000, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Jockey for the 2 Collected Success is Florent Giroux. Florent Giroux rides the 2 Collected Success. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time in 7 minutes.
Been real busy. The number 1 horse makes the turn and starts her warm-up alongside Harley. Riley Mott, Alex Achard teaming up. Achard rode this filly in her most recent effort.
You know, it's misleading when you're next to Harley. Everybody looks small, but she's actually a pretty good-sized filly. And she seems like the type that's going to appreciate the mile and a 16th to me. Her pedigree says yes as well. And she's a filly who just had a very nice presence about her. So I think she is capable of outrunning her odds, moving to the dirt for a distance run for the first time and training really well for it.
Let's go back over to the number 5 horse, Twilight Sonata. We touched on this filly over in the paddock, and there she is wearing front wraps again for the second time in her career, for what it's worth. But the blinkers being added today, and pretty standard-looking blinkers on this Mendelssohn filly.
And she was very professional, had a nice way about her in the paddock. The stats that you mentioned about John Ennis' second-time starters is pretty profound. And I would say that for all intents and purposes, you would, in handicapping, almost treat her like a first-time starter, because maybe she just didn't like the grass or Kentucky Downs. A lot of horses do not fire their best shot there. It's such an unusual course. But now on the dirt, going long, dropping in for a claiming price, she could be very live in here.
The livest, as far as the wagering is concerned, is even money on Collected Success. Would double your money if even money holds on the Collected filly. You were giving me a stat on trainer Brad Cox. When it relates to runners and how they're wagered, what do those statistics tell you?
If the horse is 4-1 or less, he wins over 40% of the time over the last couple of years. Once you go over 4%, that percentage drops dramatically if they're over 4-1. The 5-1 to 10-1 range drops, and then even more, it drops in that area where you hardly ever see him run horses that are greater than 10-1 odds. But that indicates to me that he chooses his spots very, very wisely and rarely runs horses where they don't belong. And that's kind of the key angle for me with the 2 Collected Success. When he drops horses in from maiden special weight to maiden claiming, they are usually on the mark, exactly where they need to be.
Well, she is here, and she's the one to beat at 6-5, as you can see her in the full of run silks, hot pink and blue for full of run. Good luck. Race number 4, less than 4 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. Moving into line for the fourth. Northern Road into the gate. Lost Love and Above the Sun move in. Choctaw Grace to complete the field. First wire at the post. They're off. Twilight Sonata from Between Horses and Been Real Busy there to the inside. Collected Success now moves up between that pair. It has been Real Busy, who's going to save the ground by the time they move on to the turn, has the advantage from the inside starting spot, now starts to move up and takes a narrow lead, now opens up. Been Real Busy does by 2 lengths. Collected Success, second, 3/4 of a length. Collier stacks up 3 wide, moving into third around the first turn. Twilight Sonata is in fourth in Between Horses, followed by Northern Road, fifth to the inside. Choctaw Grace wide off the turn onto the backstretch in sixth, 5 lengths off the lead, then a gap of 2 more to Lost Love, and Above the Sun is last. The opening quarter, 23.99 seconds. On the backstretch, Been Real Busy is the leader, only by a half length. Collected Success is second, a half length. Collier, third up on the far outside by 3/4 of a length. Northern Road, fourth back toward the inside. And then Twilight Sonata Between Horses as they enter the far turn. Choctaw Grace going to be wide onto the turn, still 5 from the lead, but starting to move up. Above the Sun and Lost Love at the back. It was 48.89 seconds for the first half mile. Been Real Busy. Choctaw Grace up on the far outside, now going to second, less than a length. Separates that front pair around the turn. Collected Success losing ground and dropping back along the rail. Above the Sun runs on by to third, past the quarter pole now, top of the short stretch. It has Been Real Busy, who's the leader. Has the lead by a length and a half off the turn. Choctaw Grace, then Above the Sun, who swings wide for the drive from third and now takes aim. Here's Above the Sun down the outside to challenge Been Real Busy and to take the lead in deep stretch. Above the Sun in front. Above the Sun, Chris Landeros aboard, drawing clear for the victory. Been Real Busy was home second. It was Lost Love who came up the inside for third. Choctaw Grace was fourth.
7-1 the top three in race number 4, led by the Bernardini filly Above the Sun. Chris Landeros, another big price, 17-1, as she makes her move off that turn and carries that momentum to an easy win in the end for Ian Wilkes and Jim Taffel.
Certainly had the pedigree to run the 2 turns and adds blinkers today. Moves from turf to dirt and gets a chance to go the mile and a 16th, which she clearly loved, and going strong at the end.
7-1-4-8, the top 4, another big price in the early stages of this card here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th. Number 7, Above the Sun, first. Number 1, Been Real Busy, was second. Number 4, Lost Love, third. Number 8, Choctaw Grace, was fourth. 7-1-4-8, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the unofficial winner, number 7, Above the Sun, owned by the Jim Taffel Limited Liability Corporation of Ida Mae Taffel, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey Chris Landeros. Above the Sun, a 2-year-old filly by Bernardini, out of Bacon Sense by Street Sense, bred in Kentucky by Jim Taffel, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.83 seconds, and the results are official 7-1-4-8, the official results. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also start of that Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Main track is fast, and the turf is listed firm. No outward movement for that inside rail. Full width of the turf course. All lanes open today. Turf is firm. Race 5, no changes. No changes in the 5th event. Looking ahead to the 6th race, a reminder in race 6, the 7 Schoolmaster is a gelding. So in the 6th race, contrary to the program, the 7 Schoolmaster is a gelding. 7th race, number 7 Give Him Time is a gelding. Likewise, the 9 Micro Beastie is a gelding. That's the 7th race. Number 7 Give Him Time, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Also number 9 Micro Beastie is a gelding. Eighth race, the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. A number of overweights. Number 8, Fairhope Curley, 3 pounds over. The 8, Fairhope Curley, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Number 9, Rip Around, the jockey, 2 pounds over. And the 10, Pino's Little Girl, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Ninth race, the featured Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, scratched the 6, Misty Vale. Ninth race, scratch the 6, Misty Vale. 10th and final race, the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon. Take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Fast Track Firm Turf.
Race number 5 starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 8, and 10. Also starts the Pick 6 here today, and yesterday 2 tickets hit for $60,000 in the Pick 6. So it is certainly worth taking your swing for that $1 minimum wager beginning in race number 5, first leg of the Pick 6. Super Quest is the 6-5 favorite right now. Just clicked up to 7-5. Colt that was even money on the morning line. A lot of expectations with the speed he possesses, the type of turf sprinters that he's been running against, including no balls last time out in the DeHaas Stakes at Colonial. He'll have that inside post one for the first time in his career, which I think is a good thing if he's able to be as sharp as he has been in his four previous starts. He has led a majority of his races with the 2 wins that he has and second and third. So Super Quest for me, he's my best angle of the day, best bet of the day here today at Keeneland.
Yeah, I agree with you. Super Quest looks really well spotted. You and I are in complete agreement on this race and in general. And this one looks too good to be able to let what's happened in previous days deter you from choosing him. We hadn't seen too many speed runners win on the turf, but this horse looks like he is well meant, and I thought his last race was really admirable at Colonial. Not many horses are able to win on the front end, and that included him, but it was very, very good company he was keeping. Some class relief today.
The number 4 horse, No Nay Hudson, a Wesley Ward turf sprinter, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2021, son of No Nay Never, one of the best stallions over in Europe, and he has got Corey Lanery riding today. Corey Lanery gets the opportunity to ride for Wesley Ward, not something that we often see in the last couple of months. He's only ridden twice for Wesley Ward. I'm speaking of Corey Lanery, and one of the reasons I bring up Corey Lanery is he's 1 win away from career win number 5,000. So if this colt is able to run well and win, it would be a milestone win for Corey Lanery of 5,000.
And No Nay Hudson is exiting tougher company at Saratoga. He was only beaten a length and a quarter as the favorite, but might have needed the race. He'd been away since May. Before that, a winner in stakes company, and is very, very consistent, gets Lasix. He can be a little bit of a tricky horse to ride, but I'm thinking that there might have been some intention with Wesley going to Corey. He has a way with these horses that can be a little bit tricky, and No Nay Hudson, very, very consistent turf runner with perhaps a little class edge.
The number 5 horse, Hidden Path, for Todd Pletcher and Starlight Racing, hard spun colt. He's 2 for 6 in his career. Both of his wins came going a longer distance, but they opt to keep him at a shorter distance even than what he saw last time out. He ran 7 furlongs at Kentucky Downs in a second-level allowance race and ran well that day with some early speed, with not the fastest pace that you would see in any race. So it's an interesting spot, but you've got to respect Todd Pletcher, the role that he's on, and the decision to run this horse 5.5 furlongs here today, the 3-year-old son of Hard Spun.
I have a hunch that you won't see Hidden Path on the lead in here, but the race he comes out of at Kentucky Downs, the winner, Boyce, just about won the finale on opening day. And Hidden Path, I think, is better suited to sit kind of that stalking trip, which at the 5.5 furlong distance he's likely to get. It's a big horse. He doesn't look like the type that would be a sprinter, but that said, he also has that powerful shoulder and hindquarters that could definitely signal that turn of foot, able to keep him in contention early and then still have something left. You know he's going to be running at the end, or going to be fit enough to be running at the end, given all the longer distance races that he's had here. I think he looks the picture in the paddock.
A lot of storylines in this 5th race. Begins the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, the $1 Pick 6, and can Corey Lanery get career win number 5,000 with this live shot that he has on No Nay Hudson? A lot to look forward to for race number 5, less than 15 minutes from now.
Today, Juddmonte is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards. Representatives from Juddmonte will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each of their named races and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $500 cash reward. The announcement for race number 5 coming up in just a little while.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. The Frankel, and allowance for 3-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6 with no carryover. Start of the Keeneland turf, pick 3, races 5, 8, and 10. The turf is firm. No movement for the inside rail today, so full width, all lanes open for the turf course. No changes in race 5. Post time is coming up in 7 minutes.
The winner of the Juddmonte Best Turned Out Award for the 5th race is Adrian Hernandez, the groom for number 5, Hidden Path from the Todd Pletcher barn. Congratulations, Adrian, Juddmonte's Best Turned Out Award winner.
Taking a look at the number 7 horse, that is Chiseler for Greg Foley. Hasn't been seen in just under 2 months. Last run, he was tracking off the pace when he was able to finish 5th. Prior to that, he won a stake at Ellis Park, the Dade Park Dash, by 2 1/4 lengths. He was ridden by Corey Lannery in both of those, but as we know, Corey will be riding for Wesley Ward, the number 4 horse, None Hudson.
Yeah, but Louis Saez winds up on Chiseler, so it's not a bad exchange. Chiseler was a little bit warm. Of all the horses on today, this is the first one I've seen who looked a little bit warm, but I think that tends to be his nature. He was also extremely sharp and eager, and I read those as positive signs for him. I would not want him to get any warmer than he's been in the warm-up here, but that said, if he runs back to his race in the Dade Park Dash, he's probably a real contender in here.
10-1, just clicked up from 9-1. None Hudson, the number 4 horse. Again, Corey Lannery, 1 win away from career win number 5,000, getting support from the fans on the paddock side as he got the leg up on this No Nay Never colt. Certainly as good of a chance as any in this race. And there are some big payoffs looming in the early pick 5, especially. If he's able to win, it's over a $12,000 payoff for 50 cents if the 4 secures a win for those alive with the number 4 horse on their ticket for the pick 5.
You know, he's a beautiful horse who in retrospect was a bargain, a $190,000 Keeneland September sale graduate. None Hudson has definitely got the class edge in this group, and I thought as far as looks were concerned, he and the 5 Hidden Path kind of led the field out to the track.
Super Quest, though, is holding as the favorite around 6-5, even money 6-5 for the time being for the Live Oak Plantation, the son of Munnings, the very quick son of Munnings, and he's my best angle of the day here in race number 5. Once again, begins the pick 6 and also starts the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3. Best of luck at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line for race 5. Hidden Path comes forward, 2 more to load. Meshour Coco into line. Chisler, the last one, at the post. And they're off. Nonay Hudson bounds right out for the lead. Crocodile Hunter will go with him. Here's Crocodile Hunter up to take the lead. Super Quest now kicks in down toward the rail. Nonay Hudson is there up on the outside as they head up the backstretch. Meshour Coco is out in the center of the course at the entry to the far turn. A close-up 4th. And then comes Balakazoo back toward the inside in 5th. A break of nearly 3 more lengths behind that one to Chisler, and a margin of 8 more behind that one to Hidden Path. Opening quarter, 20.9 for seconds. Super Quest, the leader around the far turn. Super Quest up the rail, leads it by a half length. Crocodile Hunter is second by 2. Nonay Hudson has to swing out toward the center of the course from 3rd as Balakazoo tries to find an opening from 4th down toward the inside. They turn for home. It is Super Quest, the leader. Meshour Coco far outside. Nonay Hudson between that pair, and Balakazoo up the inside. Super Quest, Balakazoo, Nonay Hudson 3rd. Super Quest the leader a length. Balakazoo is in tight toward the rail in 2nd. It is Super Quest in front. Meshour Coco runs on from the outside. Super Quest wins it for Tyler Gaffalione.
Well, Super Quest does what was expected of him, and that's win this race. He went off at odds of even money and gets the victory here today. He wasn't exactly the sharpest away from the gate, though, Caton, but he was able to get and maintain position on the inside, nobody coming over on him, and he always had clear sailing for this victory here today.
No, I think it was a wise move on Tyler Gaffalione's part to just allow the others to battle a little bit, even though it wasn't necessarily where Super Quest was most comfortable. But boy, once he got to the lead, he kind of established his dominance and just keeps on going with the others scrambling. Looked like Balakazoo might have held on for the place over the 6, Meshour Coco, who also made a nice late kick.
But no question about the winner, Super Quest, the son of Munnings for the Live Oak Plantation, winning race number 5.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 1, Super Quest was first. Number 6, Meshour Coco, second. Number 2, Balakazoo, third. Number 4, Nonay Hudson, fourth. 1624 unofficial. Results of race 5, official 1624, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Frankel, the official winner, number 1, Super Quest, owned by the Live Oak Plantation of Charlotte Weber, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Super Quest, a 3-year-old son of Munnings, out of Lady of Victory by Warfront, bred in Florida by Live Oak Stud. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 101.65. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Frankel Manon Vereen, representing Juddmonte, presents to the connections of Super Quest. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5, and on to race 6 now, which is the start of the late pick 5. Double and pick 3 wagering also offered here. Main track is fast and the turf is firm. In this 6th race, a reminder, the 7 Schoolmaster is a gelding. 7 Schoolmaster is a gelding. 7th race, number 7, Give Him Time, is a gelding. And the 9 Micro Beastie, also a gelding. That's in the 7th event. Number 7, Give Him Time, is a gelding, and also the 9, Micro Beastie, a gelding. 8th race, the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Overweights, number 8, Fairhope Curly, the jockey 3 pounds over. Number 9, Rip Around, the jockey 2 pounds over. And number 10, Pino's Little Girl, the jockey 3 pounds over. Featured 9th race, the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, scratched the 6, Misty Vale. 9th race, scratch the 6, Misty Vale. 10th and final race, the Castle and Key Bourbon. In that final event, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 6, 19 minutes to post, starts the late pick 5 today on this Sunday card. Antares on the outside is the favorite, 6-5 right now on the board. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be riding for trainer Bill Morey. This is a gelding, speaking to Bill Morey about this American Pharoah 3-year-old, that he's excited about the distance as far as the runs that we've seen from him, and he's also excited about running this horse here at Keeneland. So the public is responding. He's 6-5 on the board right now, and I think also the fact that Billy Morey is able to get Irad Ortiz Jr. to commit is going to sway a lot of folks' opinions. Bill Morey's a very good conditioner, but I don't know that I've seen many, if any, opportunities to leg up Irad Ortiz Jr. for his operation.
Yeah, I think it's the connections and the strength of the body of work at Saratoga, particularly that second place finish. That was a good effort, a very, very good effort. And the Saratoga horses have really brought their A game here, regardless of where they've finished. They have all been competitive. That workout on September 27th at Turfway Park on the synthetic also, to me, sets him up, is a sign that he's doing really well since arriving from New York. And he has the speed on the outside. I think the outside post position will prove a real benefit, too, with Can't Hush This and Trackmate toward the inside. He might not have to take the lead. He might be able to just be in that first tier of horses, but always in striking distance. Irad will have some options from the outside.
Can't Hush This, the number 4 horse. He's 9-1 right now, part of the sort of middle of this race from a wagering perspective and odds perspective. You got 2 horses lower priced, getting more money, the 5 and the 6. But he's a horse that'll cut back in distance. He's got some early lick to him, and Randy Morris, always a fan of his runners, the son of Not This Time, that sire who's had just a dream weekend once again, and happening here at Keeneland, led by the likes of Up to the Mark, winner of yesterday's Grade 1 Coolmore Mile.
Yeah, if there's a sire for courses, it would definitely be Not This Time at this weekend. I liked Can't Hush This. I wondered where he would sit from a pace standpoint. I looked to just outside of him, the 5 at 4-1 Trackmate. Maybe this one could give Corey Lannery win number 5,000. They teamed together for a victory to break his maiden at Ellis Park in a real professional effort. He showed speed that day, but I don't think he has to be on the lead. It was a good third against Winners first time, and now third start off a layoff as he's had time to mature. I think could produce a really good effort. 4-1, he's getting played a little bit.
The one Just Battle, Luis Saez, Alstall Jr. for the Highlander Training Center. This is a Justify gelding. Sire Justify's had a very good weekend as well. Had a Grade 1 winner in New York from a 2-year-old. And here's a horse going back onto dirt. What made me gravitate towards the number 1 horse, Just Battle, is Alstall Jr.'s numbers when going turf to dirt. 21% win percentage for that move. And here's a horse with the pedigree to do just about anything by Justify. So I'm leaning on Alstall Jr. going back to dirt with Just Battle, the 1.
And I'm going turf to dirt with the 6. Wyco trying the dirt for the first time. He's by no nay never out of an Unbridled Song Mira. I think he'll be able to handle the transition. He's been training consistently at Keeneland here, and his form on the synthetic at Woodbine against good horses was very solid. So hopefully he can make the leap to a different surface. Looks the part in the paddock, and I think with Johnny Velasquez on board, definitely is a horse to consider at 9-2.
Race number 6, start of the late pick 5, 7 furlongs, the about 7 furlongs out of the chute here at Keeneland. First level allowance condition worth $110,000. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Brookstone Farm, and allowance 3-year-olds and up. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double pick 3, start of the late pick 5. Track is fast, turf firm today. No scratches, no jockey changes in the 6th. A reminder, the 7th Schoolmaster, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Post time at 8 minutes.
There's the 2-horse Can't Be Doing That for Kenny McPeek and Julian Leperoux. It's away from the pony, warming up, going into the first turn. Julian Leperoux gets the opportunity to ride for the first time. And this is a new runner at the very least for Kenny McPeek. He hasn't been seen in 8 months, but he's a well-bred son of Arrogate, one of the late stallions that has had such a good couple of years. And we'll see how he fares here today. Can't Be Doing That. He's 12-1 right now.
You know, I like this horse by the way he looked. He's a big horse, and that could be a concern as he comes off a 9-month layoff. And I would say that long layoffs are not the types of situations where Kenny McPeek excels at. But that said, this horse looks great physically. And one of his best races, albeit on a sloppy track, was at 7.5 furlongs. So I think the distance today really suits. He'll be running late, I think. Just a play on looks alone.
5 horses, 4-1. Track Mate carrying the Calumet Black and Gold, a colt by Union Rags for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas. And as we mentioned before, Corey Lannery. This will be the final opportunity of this card. Obviously, many more to come if it doesn't come here to pick up career win number 5,000.
You know, I think this horse is real interesting in the spot. He looked super in the paddock, out on the racetrack, warming up nicely. Third start off the layoff should technically be his best as far as fitness, conditioning is concerned, and he didn't run poorly in his other 2 with the win and the 3rd place finish. Maybe just needed a little experience. 7/8 is real interesting for him too, because he showed no signs of weakening in his most recent start, but I wonder if he's going to find himself on the lead, and if so, with the 8 Antares, that could be a tough proposition.
Going back one more time to Can't Hush This, the dark Bayer Brown gelding Keeneland graduate by Not This Time. Randy Morris said to me that he told Martin Garcia to try to take this horse back and make a run at him. So a bit of a change in game plan from those longer distance races where he was part of the pace and in many instances setting the pace. So they're looking to take this horse off the pace today and make a run at him at odds of currently 10-1.
Well, maybe coming out of the mile races a little bit more distance than today, he won't be under such a struggle to be held off the pace. He has run well with that stalking style. In fact, the day he was claimed for $50,000 at Churchill last fall, he won with that stalking type of trip. And if he can put that in today, I think he could be a top contender. He's another that looked very sharp in the paddock and just well turned out, glistening, had a real shine to his coat and was dappled from head to toe.
The pick 5 pool nearing $400,000. The second and final opportunity to play a pick 5 here today. Now over $400,000. That big click up in the tote. And keep in mind, the first of the 2 pick 5s, which ended with race number 5, that pick 5 for 50 cents paid $7,800 plus. So take your swing in the pick 5, now up to $411,000 with less than 4 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Brookstone Farm, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line for race 6. Wyco goes in. Seeking Unity comes forward. And Schoolmaster. Can't touch this into line. And Terry's the last to load. They are at the post. And they're off. Seeking Unity is right there with Wyco and Trackmate in between that pair. Antares is there on the extreme outside. Here's Antares moving up for the lead as Trackmate moves forward a close second, slides down toward the inside. Wyco goes third. Can't Hush This is fourth against the rail. Seeking Unity broke well but is now fifth. The lane off the rail. Just Battle sixth to the inside of that one. Can't Be Doing That next to last as they head for the far turn, and Schoolmaster is the trailer. 22.32 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. And Terry's from the outside and Trackmate against the rail. That's the battle for the lead. Wyco seeks to join them. Third up on the far outside. Front three separated by a half length onto the far turn. Can't Hush This is fourth down toward the inside. Looks for some running room from there. Then a gap of two back to Just Battle in fifth position. Seeking Unity is sixth as they round off the far turn to the top of the stretch. Trackmate inside and Terry's between horses. Wyco to the far outside. They are the front three, quarter mile to go. Can't Hush This and Just Battle both have to swing to the far outside, and Just Battle takes clear aim along with Can't Hush This to come after Wyco. Now Wyco's come away with the lead, has it by two. Just Battle sets back to work but is running out of time. In fact, Wyco's kicking on. Another gear for Wyco past the 16th pole. Wyco, John Velasquez, Wyco to win it. It'll be close for second. It was Just Battle up for second on the wire, just over Can't Hush This.
Wyco looking stylish out there. The Keeneland graduate for Andrew Farm and For the People Racing Stable. And Wesley Ward may have just found a new home for this horse as far as racing is concerned. First try on dirt, and boy, did he take to it.
Boy, 5-1 in retrospect, a gift, as he obviously loved the surface and also got the trip, sitting just off the early pace setters with the pace very hot. Just Battle winding up with the place just barely over the four. Can't Hush This, who had some traffic issues along the way, but no issues for Wyco and Johnny Velasquez.
Johnny V. Wesley Ward in full flight for the win. Race 6 at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 6, Wyco was first. Number 1, Just Battle was second. Number 4, Can't Hush This was third. Number 8, Antares fourth. 6-1-4-8 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the Brookstone Farm, number 6, Wyco, owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody, For the People Racing Stable LLC of Mike Morgan. Wesley Ward, the trainer. John Velasquez, the winning jockey. Wyco, a 3-year-old son of No Nay Never, out of Mundus Novus by Unbridled Song. Bred in Ireland by Lynch Bodge Limited and Rhinestone Bloodstock. The Keeneland September graduate gets the about 7 furlongs of the Beard course in 1 minute 25.85 seconds over the fast main track, and the results official for race 6, 6-1-4-8 official. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Brookstone Farm to the connections of Wyco. Keeneland's 7th race is upcoming. Starts the late pick 4, double and pick 3 wagering also offered here. A reminder in race 7, number 7, Give Him Time, is a gelding. Number 9, Micro Beastie, also is a gelding. Looking ahead to the 8th race, the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Several overweights in that 8th race. Number 8, Fair Hope Curly, the jockey 3 pounds over. Number 9, Rip Around, the jockey 2 pounds over. And number 10, Pino's Little Girl, the jockey 3 pounds over. Featured 9th, the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, scratched the 6 Misty Vale. 6 Misty Vale scratched. 10th and final race, the Castle and Key Bourbon. Take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf.
Race number 7 starts the late pick 4. Pick 3s continue to roll, as do daily doubles. There's the number 1 horse, Wicked Again. He's the clear second choice right now, just behind the number 4 horse, Tunisian Spring, who most expect him to win. But I would not sleep on this Son of Gunrunner. This is the full brother to Wicked Halo, who won the Grade 2 Lexus Raven run last year and was inches away from winning yesterday's Grade 2 TCA stakes. So well related, and just another example of how well the sire Gunrunner works with Tappet mares. Obviously twice over with this mare, with Wicked Halo, and now Wicked Again, and craftily named. But he's a horse that they tried on turf at Kentucky Downs, did Winchell Thoroughbreds on their home track, but he's back on dirt where he's run some big races. He ran into Squire Creek on debut, who's a very good sprinter, and then Ludwig, just 2 starts back, who would run a 90 Beyer speed figure in the follow-up race to that. So he's caught some very stout competition, and I would not sleep on the good-looking gray Son of Gunrunner here today, nor am I. He's my top selection in here, as Tyler Gaffleone will ride him for a 5th time.
I might have an unfair bias against him because I've liked him and backed him in each of his prior starts. And he's run into some tough horses that have gotten past him. But he strikes me as a little bit one-paced, which concerns me. Maybe he'll wake up a bit going from the turf back to the main track here. Draws the inside post position, could get really the setup that he needs to be effective. But I went elsewhere. The 4 Tunisian Spring, the 6-5 favorite. Stands out off a second-place finish on the turf, moving to the dirt. Son of Violence seems well suited for it. It's a good angle for Wesley Ward, 33% with his turf to dirt moves, and horses starting for the second time in maiden races, 26%. Johnny Velasquez looking for 2 straight here for the same barn, and I really don't see any reason why he can't run the same type of race he did last time at Kentucky Downs, but maybe better on the dirt.
Yeah, and one would argue that that pedigree might be more suited to dirt by Violence, the sire of those Grade 1 winners like No Parole and the champion Forte. And we just saw Wesley Ward win with the turf to dirt winner in Wyco in race number 6, backing that stat up that has already been so successful. We'll go to the number 10 horse next. This is the horse that is 18-1 right now. There he is. He's got his blinkers on. He's been saddled up. That is Run and Score for Marcus O'Donnell, a Run Happy gelding bred by Barry Ostringer, owned by James McInvale, the owner of the champion Run Happy.
You know, I just like the progression for this one. Improvement in almost every one of his starts, and he ran a good second in the mud in New York Restricted Maiden Special Weight Company. Aqueduct in the spring. He was given some time from March to September to develop, and his first race back at Horseshoe Indianapolis was a good one. He was 3rd, beaten just half a length, going 3/4 of a mile. Seems like the 7/8 fits him to a T. If he takes that race with him, he'll be very solid in here. And that outside post position could turn out to be the right spot to be with any speed to the inside. Gavin Ashton can kind of bide his time and figure out what is the best move with Run and Score.
And you've got a long shot play in your 3rd spot as well, the 8 horse Atlantic Dancer. Just looking for him to maybe pick up the pieces, cutting back in distance?
Yeah, for sure. You know, going into it, I didn't like an 0 for 13 for a win bet, but I did think he's good enough to be a part of it underneath. The way the track is played, who knows? Today could be the day for a horse who's had 13 tries. It's a good price, and he's not without a chance.
Race number 7 started the late pick 4 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mandaloon, a maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 7, Give Him Time, is a gelding, and number 9, Micro Beastie, also is a gelding. Also disregard the program notation, which mentions number 2, Citizen, racing with a right front bar shoe. That is incorrect. Normally shod, number 2, Citizen. Disregard the note about a right front bar shoe for the 2, normally shod. Post time coming up just 5 minutes for the start of the late pick 4.
The winner of the Juddmonte Best Turned Out Award for the 7th race is Jose Alfredo, the groom for number 6, Homestead, for trainer Lance Rutledge. Congratulations, Jose Alfredo, Juddmonte's Best Turned Out Award winner.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mandaloon, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line for race 7. Atlantic Dancer comes forward, and now City of Love. Micro Beastie moves into line. Run and Score to complete the field. Ready for a start. They're at the post. They're off. Tunisian Spring comes right out running for the early lead. Halmstad has some early speed there on the outside. Awkward move there as Tunisian Spring moved off of the chute and onto the back stretch, but now straightens course and still has the lead. Tunisian Spring opens back up here by almost a full length. Halmstad will go second. Wicked again, sneaks up and opening down toward the inside in the 3rd position. Study Committee is 4th. Micro Beastie moves up 1 spot from 5th. Citizen into some traffic down toward the inside in 6th position, followed by City of Love 3 wide between horses in 7th. Run and Score is 4 wide in 8th. A break of 3 more lengths to Atlantic Dancer, and then a gap of a dozen more back of that one. Give him time as the trailer 22.58 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Midway on the far turn, Tunisian Spring is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Halmstad is second a length. Wicked again is 3rd down toward the inside. Micro Beastie is still a wide 4th, and Citizen is 5th between horses 5 from the lead. Run and Score is still 8 from the front. Past the quarter pole, Tunisian Spring is chased by Halmstad. Tunisian Spring has a narrow lead. Halmstad is there up on the outside into the final furlong. Gap of 5. Wicked again 3rd. Citizen 4th. Tunisian Spring kicking on now. Opens up by 2 as Halmstad swings over toward the rail. 16th to go. Tunisian Spring. Ward and Velasquez about to go back-to-back on the card. Tunisian Spring wins it. Halmstad was across the line in 2nd, and then it was Wicked again and Citizen.
Well, Tunisian Spring strutting his stuff out on the front end. Very sharp win for the Son of Violence. The Keeneland Sailgrad spotlight from this morning on today at Keeneland, and looking good as he moved over to dirt for the first time. And as Kurt mentioned, that's back-to-back wins on the card for jockey Johnny Velasquez and trainer Wesley Ward.
Johnny earned his paycheck with this one. Tunisian Spring not quite sure what to do when he hit the main track out of the chute, but well handled and much the best as he strides on to victory. Might have found a new home on that main track.
Halmstad game in 2nd at odds of 30-1. He couldn't keep up with the number 4 horse Tunisian Spring, and a photo on the board for the 3rd money. Maybe Wicked again, who was up against the rail. The gray son of Gunrunner will edge out that runner to his outside for 3rd. But 4-6 in a photo in race 7.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 4, Tunisian Spring first. Number 6, Halmstad was second. Number 1, Wicked Again third. And number 2, Citizen fourth. 4612 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mandaloon, the unofficial winner, number 4, Tunisian Spring, owned by Breeze Easy LLC of Mike Hall. Trained by Wesley Ward, ridden by John Velasquez, back-to-back wins on the card for that trainer-jockey combination. Tunisian Spring, a 3-year-old gelded son of violence, out of Spring Party by Smart Strike, bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the 7 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 22.25 seconds. Results of race 7 official, 4612, the official results. Trophy presentation for the Mandaloon, representing Juddmonte, Caitlin Yellick presents To the Connections of Tunisian Spring. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The turf is listed firm. A reminder about the overweights in this 8th race. Number 8, Fair Hope Curley, the jockey 3 pounds over. Rip Around, the jockey 2 pounds over. And number 10, Pino's Little Girl, the jockey 3 pounds over. 9th race, the featured Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, scratch the 6 Misty Vale. The featured 9th race, scratch the 6 Misty Vale. 10th and final race, the Castle and Key Bourbon. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf.
3 races left on this Sunday, all 3 stakes races. We begin with the 2-year-olds that'll be sprinting on the firm-listed turf course. It's the 6th running of the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select, $250,000 event, and some Breeders' Cup hopefuls as far as the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint Division is concerned. Amidst waves, the filly tackling the boys here today comes in with a sterling record on grass. She's yet to lose since moving over to the turf course. She's never faced the boys for what it's worth, and I don't think that really matters at this point in the season with young horses, as we've talked about, Caton, but there's really not much to go against her as far as who she's beat even. She beat Crown Imperial, who would come out of that most recent run in the Bolton Landing up at Saratoga and would win the Untappable Stakes at Kentucky Downs. So she's beaten some eventual stakes winners, and she is a 2-time stakes winner in her own right.
You know, you have to appreciate the fact that she has put together her 3 victories on 3 different, very differently configured courses at Belmont, Monmouth, and Saratoga at distances of 5 furlongs and 5.5 furlongs, and most recently on a good turf. So she seems to be the type that adapts to the situation. I think that's really important. The other thing is, in gauging her campaigning since May steadily, does it take a toll? If you look at her physically, she seems none the worse for wear. She's carrying really nice flesh. So it definitely seems like she's the one to try and beat. I like her as my top pick.
The number 5 horse, Candy Maker, is an interesting proposition. This is a twirling candy colt, Keeneland September sale grad from just last year in 2022 for Ed and Susie Orr. This is a colt that started off his career with trainer Wesley Ward and in fact was intended to run during the spring meet here at Keeneland, but was scratched the morning of the race, and they had to regroup, and they took him up to Horseshoe, Indianapolis, and found a turf race for him up there in which he won. I can remember conversations with Wesley Ward about this 2-year-old from back in the spring, saying he's one of the better 2-year-olds I've ever been around. They've since moved this horse over to Steve Asmussen's barn, but off the 4-month layoff, right into stakes company. So this is going to be a big gauge for a colt that was very highly thought of back in the spring for his previous trainer.
Well, Keeneland sales graduate in 2022. It's also going to be a big jump for his stablemate. That's the 6 Committee of One, who I like quite a bit right now at 9-1. Committee of One is also Keeneland sales graduate from last September, but has never hit the winner's circle. Normally, you lean against maidens, but his 2 efforts were so good, even in defeat, that I thought maybe the difference is going to be just getting away from Kentucky Downs and now shortening back up to 5.5 furlongs. He will have some pace to run at, I think, and could come running late. Really nice-looking individual, and I felt that he was a little up against it from a style standpoint with his not showing a lot of speed out of the gate and then running late. Today's course may favor his style a bit more.
And then let's go to the number 1 horse, Shards, who's 11-1 on the board right now. Broke his maiden at Colonial in his last start. Adam Beschitza gets the opportunity. This is a colt by Bucaro, who was a fabulous turf sprinter, and that's passed it along to his crops of runners, the few crops that we've seen on the track so far in the early days of his stallion career. But trainer Kelsey Danner just really does a phenomenal job with the turf runners, especially. Dance Macabre would immediately come to mind, that Army Mule filly who's a multiple stakes winner. But time and time again, she does right by these turf horses and puts them in the right spot. And this is a big jump up, but you've got to respect him with that win and his experience and the breeding.
I don't think he'd be in here unless Kelsey felt that he had some ability. And it was a pretty easy victory at Colonial in what was expected to be. He was heavily favored, but even through fast fractions, just ran away from the field at the end. So tells me there may be more where that came from.
Race number 8, the Indian Summer Stakes, presented by Keeneland Select, 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. Final pick 3 of the day, and it's an all-stakes pick 3 with the Indian Summer, the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, and the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, part of that all-stakes pick 3. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 6th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Overweights, the number 8, Fairhope Curly, 3 pounds over. The 9, Rip Around, the jockey, 2 pounds over. The 10, Pino's Little Girl, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Post time at 6 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Shards, owned by the NBS stable of John Ballantyne. Crowns Away Racing, LLC, of Anthony Rallo. Owned also by Kevin Marco. Trained by Kelsey Danner. The jockey, Adam Beschitza. 2, Amidst Waves, owned by the R.A. Hill stable of Raymond A. Hill III. Black Ridge Stables, LLC, of William Doherty. Owned also by Swinbank Stables of Reagan Swinbank. Big Tough Stables, LLC, of Bennett Zimmer. Black Type Thoroughbreds of Jake Ballas. Trained by George Weaver. The jockey, John Velasquez. 3, Cows, owned by Ribble Farms, LLC, of Alan Ribble. Legion Racing of Travis Dewar. Trained by Wayne Catalano. The jockey, Jose Lascano. 4, Sponge Bath, owned by Forge Ahead Stables, LLC, of Kevin Cuda, trained by Wayne Catalano, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 5, Candy Maker, races for Ed and Susie Orr, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 6, Committee of One, owned by Kirk and Judy Robinson, trained by Steve Asmussen, jockey Christian Torres. 7, Bledsoe, Wesley Ward, the owner-trainer. Luis Saez, the jockey. 8, Fairhope Curly, owned by Scott Herbertson, trained by Billy Morey, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. 9, Rip Around, owned by Matheson Racing, LLC, of Mark Matheson, trained by John Ennis, the jockey Edgar Morales. And number 10, Pino's Little Girl, owned by Crumbaugh Lane of David Thornton, owned by Ferris Farm of William K. Helwig, Built Right Stables, LLC, Lola Cash, owned also by trainer John Ennis, the jockey Jack Gilligan. Post time, less than 5 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 6th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Moving into line for race 8. Fair Hope Curley goes in. Sponge Bath moves into line. Rip around into the gate, along with Candy Maker now coming forward. Pino's Little Girl, the last to load. At the post. They're off in the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Rip Around was quick into stride. Rip Around determined to clear all the inside traffic and quickly get over to the rail well before the entrance to the far turn. Does so. Rip Around on top by just a length. And then Fair Hope Curley, who's toward the outside in second. Bledsoe is down toward the inside third. Pino's Little Girl is fourth up on the outside. Cows is fifth, about 5 lengths off the lead into the turn. Committee of One, sixth up on the outside. Amidst Waves is seventh against the rail, 7 lengths from the lead. And then Charge travels in the 8th position and is followed by Candy Maker and Sponge Bath at the back. 21.4 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Rip Around is the leader. Fair Hope Curley is second. Bledsoe looking toward the inside third is still 4 lengths off the lead. Pino's Little Girl and Cows. Cows is kicking in between horses. Pino's Little Girl is right there. Amidst Waves is trying to come late, and here comes Committee of One. Committee of One has clear sailing down the outside. Charge is diving to the inside. Committee of One amidst Waves down to the wire. Photo for the win in the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Either Committee of One or amidst Waves, Charge was right there as well.
Another thrilling finish this opening weekend at Keeneland Racecourse in the Indian Summer this go-round, and it's amidst Waves. She's looking for room. She finally gets that split, but then coming to her outside is the 6-horse Committee of One. Another ultra-close finish on the finish line.
Outside, Committee of One digging in gamely, and down on the rail, Shards looks like after a terrific run dive has to settle for third, but so close between the top two. Impossible to split here.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 6, Committee of One, finished first. Number 2, Amidst Waves, was second. Number 1, Shards, was third. Number 3, Cows, was fourth. 6-2-1-3, unofficial. Race 8, results official, 6-2-1-3, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, 6th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Number 6, Committee of One, owned by Kirk and Judy Robinson, trained by Steve Asmussen, Christian Torres. The winning jockey, Committee of One, a 2-year-old son of Mendelssohn out of Swedish Sound by Smart Strike. Bred in Kentucky by Gatewood Bell, Ken Donworth, and Ike Van Meter. Keeneland September graduate, Committee of One, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 2.4 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Peter McFarland, stockbroker and Keeneland Select member, presents the trophy to the connections of Committee of One.
Committee of One, very impressive with a late run in the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select, for trainer Steve Asmussen and Christian Torres, who was aboard for the ride. Tell me about the move that he made down the lane, Christian.
He's a nice horse. He's every race he ran, he's always settled good and make a nice run. And today he settled beautiful. And when I asked him to run coming from home, I got him clear, and he got the job done. He was good.
When did you see the filly coming to your inside that was so close on the wire with you? When did you pick her up?
I knew it was close between her and my horse, but I saw the bob head in front. I was pretty confident that we got the win.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Steve, I watched your reaction as you bobbed back and looked up to the sky, and I heard you say that you don't like photo finishes, but I think that you like this one, right? Is that a fair statement?
I like the outcome of this one. Obviously, yesterday in the TCA weren't on the right end of that, and I was thinking 2 days in a row, two that close wouldn't be, but obviously, very different emotion coming out on the right side of that. You know, just a lovely horse that's getting better. You know, I thought Christian gave him a wonderful trip today, and when he pulled him out and asked him to accelerate it, he looked very good to the wire.
You've had good young horses in this turf sprint division in the recent past, and moving towards a race like the Breeders' Cup, where do you sit with a horse like this moving towards Santa Anita?
Well, it's very similar. You know, Private Creed last year in this, and then came back. The difference is the travel. This horse is running 3 times, 3 different racetracks. He's very mature for his age, takes everything really well, and we're excited about the opportunity.
Congratulations to you and your team and the Robinsons.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Committee of One by this far in the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select.
Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, the 68th running of the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. When in your end, Breeders' Cup Distaff Division starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. A reminder, scratch the 6 Misty Vale. Scratch the 6 Misty Vale track is fast. Looking ahead to the 10th and final race, the Castle and Key Bourbon take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Fast track, firm turf.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and
than beautiful. Truly stunning.
Still coming. California run. Steals the goal.
To the Breeders' Cup World Championship.
Well, this is the rematch that we've all been waiting for. The Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster featuring Nest, the number 3 horse for Rapoli Stable and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, daughter of Curlin, and the other filly by Curlin, Idiomatic for Juddmonte Farm, looking to take the Juddmonte Spinster here today. I'm leaning slightly to Nest. There is no wrong answer with either of these fillies on who you pick on top. And Nest is a filly that was beaten by Idiomatic last time out in the personal instant in the slop. But to me, this race here today, as much as any race we'll see the rest of the year, is going to have such a crucial play as far as the Eclipse Award voting towards the older female division and who's going to win. Now, obviously, this staff is still to come, and there's a very good filly on the West Coast named Adair Manor. But if Nest or Idiomatic want to continue this trend towards a championship season this year, a win will go a long way, especially for Nest. I think that she's able to bounce back. We've seen her win here in the past, winner of the Ashland Stakes, April of 2022, during her 2-year-old season. This, though, is a big test for her, as we well know, and a fast track, I think, levels the playing field more with her and Idiomatic versus the sloppy track they had up at Saratoga in the Grade 1 personal ensign.
Absolutely no excuses, and agree with you on the focus. With Nest definitely able, I think, to turn the tables. She is, I think, in her best at this distance, and she loves this track, and that definitely gives her a bit of an edge. And I love how she's laid back as she strolls around the paddock. This is the first time I've gotten to see her since last fall in the Breeders' Cup. She has been lightly raced and deliberately campaigned, and I think she's sitting on a top effort. But the two, Idiomatic, top pick going into this, if for no other reason than the fact that she's not taken a step backwards. She moved from the synthetic to the main track, and the Ruffian finished second that day, and then it's been full steams go. Big wins in the Shawnee, then the Delaware Handicap, despite a really awkward start. She showed a different dimension that day. She also seems to be the one to catch, but the speed has not necessarily been an asset today, and that's got to be a little bit of a concern. It is a new racetrack for her, but she's answered every question, and to me, she's the one that has a target on her back that they're all going to be chasing every step of the way. I'm not sure anybody can run with her early. It's going to be a great riders race, too, to see the decisions Irad Ortiz makes with Nest as to how close he keeps Idiomatic in his sights.
63 caliber, the one horse. She definitely is a horse that can do well with the fast ground. I think that the off tracks have been something that she's just not good over. So I think these connections obviously have to be very happy that the Gunrunner filly has fast ground to work with. And you got to respect her. You got to respect her in the top 3. A Grade 1 placing against these types of fillies would go a long way for her. She's Grade 3 place. She ran in the personal ensign, but she has to be considered if you're looking for a price horse here in the Juddmonte Spinster.
I agree. On her best day, she is absolutely capable. mile and an eighth is arguably her ideal distance, and I just draw a line through her last race in the personal ensign. She's also very steady. She's not a horse that has sparkling speed, and she doesn't necessarily have that electric late kick, but she can grind it out with the best of them, and that seems to be the way this track has been playing toward horses that are able to stay in contention, but then keep going to the finish.
The Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster is coming up next, featuring Nest and Idiomatic.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, 68th running of the Juddmonte Spinster Grade 1. Win in your end, Breeders' Cup Distaff Division race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling double. Scratch the 6. Misty Vale, number 6, is scratched. Post time is 6 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the featured Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, number 1, 63 caliber, owned by My Racehorse of Michael Behrens, owned by Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, trained by Tom Amos, the jockey Edgar Morales. 2, Idiomatic, owned by Juddmonte of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. 3, Nest, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli. Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, owned also by Michael House. Trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 4, La Vida, owned by Maseva Corporation of Sebastian Salinas. Trained by Ignacio Correas, the jockey Vince Chaminade. 5, Bellamore, owned by Kaleem Shah Incorporated of Kaleem Shah. Trained by Carlos Santamaria, the jockey Martin Garcia. 6 is scratched. 7, Malloy, owned by Coffee Pot Stables of Bob Cummings and Annette McCullough, trained by Wayne Catalano. Jose Lescano is the jockey. 5 minutes till post.
The winner of the Best Turned Out Award for the Juddmonte Spinster is Ronnie Perez, groomed for number 5, Bellamore, from the Carlos Santamaria stable. Well done, Ronnie Perez, winner of the Best Turned Out Award for the Juddmonte Spinster.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 68th running of the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster Win and You're In Breeders' Cup Distaff Division race. Moving into line for the 9th. Three more to load. La Davida goes in. Bellamore comes forward. Malloy, the last one. Moves into line. They are at the post. And they're off in the Juddmonte Spinster. There's Malloy from the outside. There's Idiomatic from the inside. And Idiomatic, a step quicker, now moves up for the lead as they head down to the first turn. 63 Caliber will go second. Malloy now third up on the outside. Bellamore outward from the rail in fourth. Nest is down toward the inside in fifth position. La Davida right alongside her. Sixth and last, 5 lengths off the lead. Idiomatic shows the way. Idiomatic on top here early by 2 lengths, heading off the first turn and onto the backstretch. 63 Caliber is next. Malloy alongside that one. That opening quarter, 24.49 seconds. Further back, Bellamore toward the outside is in the fourth position. Nest is fifth toward her inside. Now Nest moves up and takes over the fourth position, still 5 lengths off the lead. La Davida trails midpoint of the backstretch and Idiomatic the leader. Idiomatic on top opens up by 3 lengths as they head for the far turn. 63 Caliber is second. Malloy and Bellamore stack up to her outside. Then Nest and La Davida, they're bunching behind the leader now. 48.31 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Idiomatic the leader by 1.5 lengths onto the far turn by 2 lengths once again. Malloy is second by a neck. Bellamore third on her outside. La Davida angles wide midway on the turn in fourth. Nest is fifth, and she is still some 8 lengths off the lead. 63 Caliber last. Idiomatic the leader, just over a quarter mile to go. Idiomatic turns for home, leads it by 4 lengths to Bellamore second. La Davida is in third position, and Idiomatic leads. Nest is fourth, far outside, and still 7 from the front. Final furlong of the Juddmonte Spinster. Idiomatic, a 5-length advantage. Bellamore, La Davida, then Nest in fourth. Idiomatic in front. 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. La Davida was home second. Bellamore was third. Nest was fourth. 63 Caliber fifth. Malloy was sixth. The time for the 1 1/8 over a fast main track at Keeneland, 1 minute 49.82 seconds.
Idiomatic strutting herself out on the front end in the same fashion that she did in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign. That's back-to-back Grade 1 wins for this Juddmonte homebred. Idiomatic, proving that she is one of the best, if not the best, in the distaff division.
With no challengers, she just runs them off their feet, but had things pretty much her own way from the half-mile pole home. Made it look very easy, did the daughter of Curlin.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race: number 2, Idiomatic, was first. Number 4, La Davida, second. Number 5, Bellamore, third. Number 3, Nest, was fourth. 2, 4, 5, 3, unofficial. Results of race 9, official. 2, 4, 5, 3, the official results. Keeneland's featured ninth race, 68th running of the Juddmonte Spinster Grade 1 Win in Your End Breeders' Cup Distaff Division. The official winner, number 2, Idiomatic. Owned by Juddmonte of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, and the jockey Florent Giroux. Idiomatic, a 4-year-old daughter of Curlin, out of lockdown by First Defense, bred in Kentucky by Juddmonte Farms Incorporated. 1 mile and an eighth over the fast main track, 1 minute 49.82 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Juddmonte Spinster, a Win in Your End Breeders' Cup Distaff Division race. Dr. John Chandler presents to Garrett O'Rourke. Idiomatic.
Idiomatic, brilliant for Juddmonte in the Juddmonte Spinster. Grade 1 winning her in for the Distaff Division for the Breeders' Cup. Brad Cox, conditioner, and Florent Giroux. That looked like one of the most easy Grade 1s that a person will ever come across. How easy was it in the end, the way that she was able to slow down the pace?
Actually, it was not easy, looking at it, at first on paper with Ness being in there and being, a very good filly. But my fillies just keep on improving, and we know the distance is not a problem at all, and she just keep improving. And I think Brad and his team had her, at her prime again today, and I think she's just getting better and better, and I can't wait to ride her next time.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out on the West Coast in the Breeders' Cup Distaff Flow. Well done.
Thank you, Scott.
Brad, your first win in the Spinster, Juddmonte Spinster. You do it for Juddmonte. How does that sound?
Yeah, no, it's very special. I want to thank Prince Couch, his family, and obviously the Juddmonte team here in America. It's a big win for this filly. Obviously, it's her second Grade 1. She's had a fantastic year, and, it's a win and you're in off to the Breeders' Cup. Excited about that. And we've run 4 or 5 fillies in the past in this race, and I had much luck, so she was able to break through for us today.
How would you describe this filly's progression from the winter staying back at Churchill, at Turfway, part of that string, part of the Churchill string, and now rattling off back-to-back Grade 1s?
Well, she's obviously been a tremendous talent. She's a freak physical, really. I mean, when I was saddling her in the paddock, I was like, wow, she's the biggest horse I've ever trained. I mean, she's a monster, and she's got just a tremendous stride and covers so much ground, and she's really a freak. I mean, she really is. I mean, a tremendous talent once again, and, just very fortunate to have her.
How much you look forward to the Breeders' Cup Distaff?
Look, I mean, it comes down to, California's speed. She's got speed. We'll see who else signs on, and, it'll be a showdown, I'm sure.
Well, enjoy this one. Congratulations on the win for Juddmonte in the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Thanks, Scott.
Idiomatic was brilliant today for Juddmonte, once again, in the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming, 33rd running of the Castle and Key Bourbon Grade 2 win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division race. The turf is listed firm. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 10, the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division. And noted right now, the 5 is the favorite. I go to the 3-horse Depiction. Good price right now on this Keeneland grad. Colt by More Than Ready really woke up with his second career start. And if he can replicate that, I think it'll be awfully tough with the patient hands of Christian Torres in the saddle.
Noted comes in for Todd Pletcher, the 5. I put him on top, and he is the public choice right now at 2-1 off of 2 straight victories, including the Sapland Stakes. He does move back to the grass off of that win at Monmouth, but I actually think that he's equally good on either surface.
2-horse Gorilla Trek, Phil Bauer, trainer, Richard Rigney Racing, the owner and breeder of this son of Curlin. 1 for 1 in his career. They had a big win with Buku just the other day, stakes-winning filly here at Keeneland Racecourse. I think you've got to give this horse a lot of respect based on his victory at Churchill Downs, closing from well off the pace to do so. He's 8-1 right now on the board with the 2 Gorilla Trek.
And I round out my top 2 with the 12 First World War. I don't love the post position, but he is getting support at 7-2. He was impressive breaking his maiden at Kentucky Downs, closing into a soft pace, but he did an early move that was very impressive. And he seems to be a scopy son of Warfront who's improving, and just a big, good-looking individual with Tyler Gaffleone. Thought he, as well as the 9 Coin Miner, who comes in off of a win sprinting, benefit from the distance today.
Castle and Key Bourbon, the final race on the card. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Less than 12 minutes to post for the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, 33rd running of the Castle and Key Bourbon Grade 2 and a win in your end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division race. These 2-year-olds, a mile and a 16th over the firm turf. No carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. No movement for that inside rail today, so full width of the turf course, all lanes open. Less than 5 minutes till post. Now the post parade for the Castle and Key Bourbon, number 1 Palm Tree, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh. Declan Cannon is up. 2 Gorilla Trek, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer, Julian Leperoux to ride. Number 3 Depiction, owned by Twin Brook Stables of Bruce Fenimore, Belladonna Racing LLC of Portia Brooks, Nice Guys Stables of Stephen Spielman, West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, Iapetus Racing of Craig Taylor, and others, trained by Cherie DeVoe. Christian Torres will ride. 4 Can Group is owned by the DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Cohen, Cassius King LLC of Charles Zachney, and others, trained by Mark Cassie, Francisco Arrieta aboard. 5 Noted, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 6 Vote No, owned by Joseph Morey Jr., trained by Bill Morey. Gerardo Corrales is up. 7 Fortune Seller, owned by Bella Mia Stables LLC of Michael DeBella, trained by Kevin Rice, the jockey Jose Lizcano. 8 Talk Talk, owned by Wertheimer and Frere of Alon and Gerard Wertheimer, trained by Graham Motion. John Velasquez is the jockey. 9 Coin Miner, owned by Rocker O Ranch LLC of Ronald Ortowski, trained by Keith DeSormo, the jockey James Graham. 10 Nomos, owned by Wertheimer and Frere, trained by Todd Pletcher. Luis Saez is the jockey. 11 Double Your Money, owned by Board Short Stables LLC of Travis Boersma, trained by Brian Lynch. Ricardo Santana Jr. is up. And 12 First World War, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani, Hunter Valley Farm of Fergus Galvin, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Post time at 2 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, 33rd running of the Castle and Key Bourbon Grade 2, win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division. Moving into line for race 10. Can Group moves into line. Coin Miner and now Noted. Nomos and Vote No both move in along with Double Your Money. First World War, the last to load. They are at the post. And they're off in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. There's Noted for the early lead. Fortune Seller is there. Vote No between that pair. Nomos moves up from the center of the course along with Double Your Money. Fortune Seller now moves up, has the lead. Nomos will go second. Noted back toward the inside is traveling in third against the rail into the first turn. Vote No is fourth alongside that one. Double Your Money far outside moves up a couple of spots from the fifth position as they swing around that first turn. First World War out toward the center of the course, moves up into the sixth position, will be caught about 5 wide at the exit of the turn. Palm Tree is shuffled back toward the inside in seventh. Depiction travels between horses eighth. Coin Miner ninth. Talk Talk is racing in 10th. And then Gorilla Trek, who is next to last, and Can Group is last of the 12 as they make their way up the backstretch in the Castle and Key Bourbon. Back up front, Fortune Seller has the lead against the rail, only by a half length. Double Your Money, second by a length. First World War picks them up third, but has to go wide over to the far turn. Noted is fourth, right behind the leader, down toward the inside. And then Vote No, who's caught wide, still 5 lengths from the front. Nomos between horses. Palm Tree against the rail is still 7 from the front. It is Fortune Seller, Double Your Money, First World War, Vote No to the center of the course from fourth, quarter mile to go. Noted in behind horses. And then Nomos, who has to go out with Coin Miner toward the center of the course. Noted will join them on the outside. Gorilla Trek trying to run from last in the center of the course. Up front, though, it is Double Your Money with a narrow lead. Double Your Money, First World War, Vote No. Noted is coming late. Here is Noted. Here is Can Group. Noted, Can Group at the wire. Head-bobbing photo for the win in the Castle and Key Bourbon. Either Can Group or Noted for the top spot.
Well, while we may not know who won this race, I can tell you one person that thinks they did. That's Francisco Arrieta, because he gave a big fist bump after they crossed the wire, and he's aboard Can Group. He's trying to reel in many of these horses, but he's going to be able to hook up with Noted, and those are the two that are involved in this very close photo finish.
Noted got the jump and was closing beautifully, but boy, Can Group made up a ton of ground there. Very, very close to the finish. Head bobs inside, outside, inside. Looks like maybe Francisco Arrieta, but very close to call.
Another tight finish on the Keeneland turf course, this time in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race in the photo for the win. Number 4, Can Group, was first. Number 5, Noted, was second. Number 6, Vote No, third. The 12, First World War, was fourth. And number 8, Talk Talk, fifth. 4, 5, 6, 12, 8, unofficial. The unofficial winner of Keeneland's 10th race, 33rd running of the Castle and Key Bourbon Grade 2 Win and You're In Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division, number 4, Can Group. Owned by the DJ Stable, LLC of Leonard Green, owned also by Cash is King, Charles Acne, and others. Mark Cassie, the trainer, Francisco Arrieta, the jockey. Can Group, a 2-year-old son of Good Samaritan out of Blue Galena by Street Sense, bred in Kentucky by Wednesday Incorporated and Alan Poindexter. Mile and a 16th over the turf-listed firm in the Castle and Key Bourbon. Number 4, Can Group. Now the trophy presentation for the Castle and Key Bourbon, a win and you're in. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division race. Presenting the trophy, Will Arvin, owner and founder of Castle and Key Distillery. Presenting to the connections of Can Group. Results official for race 10, 4, 5, 6, 12, 8. The official results.
Can Group was brilliant in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon, securing a spot in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and Francisco Arrieta aboard. First of all, congratulations on your first graded stakes win at Keeneland. How much does that mean to you to stand on this turf course and get your picture taken, Francisco?
This is beautiful. This is beautiful. I never thought, be riding Keeneland, and here I am and winning a Grade 2. It's amazing.
Nobody knew who won the race, but you did, because you gave out maybe one of the biggest fist bumps that we've seen in a while, fist pumps up rather. How did you know that you had gotten there in the end?
He was coming last, galloping. Then when I move and he see the clear, he just take off, and wow, it was amazing. And I feel like I crossed the wire in front. He was rolling.
What was he like early on in this race for you?
Say that again, please.
How was he early on in the race? Was he just completely switched off and relaxed early on in the race?
I went with him Kentucky down. He come off the pace, very nice, slow. And today I planned the same, just jump, relax, even time, and make one move, and he show up.
Congratulations on your first graded stakes win here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Thank you so much.
Can Group was brilliant with a late close to take the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon for Mark Cassie, Cash's King Stable, and DJ Stable.
And thank you, Scott. The pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No perfect tickets for the Super High 5. The Toyota Super High 5 as a carryover when live racing resumes on Wednesday of $6,977. Second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. We thank you for being with us for Fall Stars Weekend. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.